A beautiful Sunday, a sunny morning here at Gahanga Cricket Stadium, Ground B. It's Kwibuka T20I Women's Tournament. Remy Singizwa, the third umpire, Nascimento and Diane Vimenyimana. Diane being the home captain will toss the coin. Heads is the call. And tail it is. Congrats, Skip, on winning the toss. What are you going to do and why?
We are going to put on the runs, and I've been doing that so far good. So we want to continue with the momentum and make sure that we put the runs on the board.
You've been batting first. Any reason behind?
We know that we are capable of putting the runs, and we have a strong bowling. So that's why we come and put the runs on the board.
Any changes in the team that played last game?
No, it's the same team.
Certain total you're looking forward to get?
Anything above 130 plus will be a good total.
All the best. Hard luck, Skip. You've lost the toss. What was you going to do if you would have won the toss?
If we won, I will choose bowling first.
So it's in your way. Any changes in team?
Yeah, we had 3 changes of the last game.
All the best.
Thank you.
That's the news from the middle. Rwanda winning the toss and electing to have a bat first.
Rwanda has won the toss and opted to bat first in this match. It is match day number 4 of the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament. This match broadcasting live from the Gahanga B and Gahanga, a very, very beautiful place here in Kigali city of Rwanda. It has 2 grounds that are right close to each other. One called the Gahanga A or Gahanga Main Ground, and the other being the Gahanga B, where this game is broadcasting live. First time these 2 teams are meeting in this tournament. Mixed results for both of them. One into this match at the back of a victory, and that is Rwanda. They defeated Nigeria by 2 runs, whereas Brazil did not go past Zimbabwe in their last fixture that they did have. But these are the playing 11 of both teams. The playing 11 for Rwanda is the captain Maridian Wimenyimana, Alice Ikuze all-rounder, Rosine Irera, right-arm orthodox, Giselle Ishimwe opening batter, Henrietta Ishimwe all-rounder, Belize Murekatete opening bowler, Ruth Wimana left-arm orthodox, Omutoniwase Clarisse left-handed batter, Tagushimaninde Fane opening batter, Mervelo Uwase wicket-keeper batter, and Jejete Ingabire another lefty in the team. For the Brazilians women, Ana Clara Sabino, Lara Bittencourt, Laura Agatha, Linda Severas Boaz, Maria Eduarda, Maria Luis Garcia, Marianne Atul, Monica Rufino, the wicket-keeper batter, Laura Cardoso, vice-captain, Carolina Nascimento, captain, and Evelyn Muller right in there. Rwanda unchanged in the team that played against Nigeria, whereas Brazil has made only 1 change. Laura Cardoso is in, and Guilia Ribeiro is out.
Because I asked the captain, he said even under they met.
And we are moments away from the first ball where Rwanda has won the toss and opted to bat first. Diane Wimenyimana and her troops looking to set some runs and do challenge the Brazilians. Live at the Gahanga the Gahanga big ground, and the 2 umpires are already in the middle. The female umpire Ange Nicole Gihozo, who will be standing alongside Gaston Niyibizi. Here in the comms, my name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi, and I'm not alone. I will be joined in by Emile Rukidis that take you through the live comment of this match. Emile, we are right at the toss, but first things first, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Evan, and thank you so much. It is a very beautiful Sunday here at Gahanga. Very sunny morning. And we'll be witnessing a very good game between Brazil and Rwanda. Rwanda has been batting first, and the captain Diana saying they are just there to taste their batting and see if they can get to the full potential.
Yeah, the last time they came out batting, they scored 106 all out against Nigeria, and they managed to defend that total by 2 runs. Utagushimaninde Fane will be facing the first ball, and to open the bowling is Maria Eduarda from the road end. That one touching the pads, but it was angling in, and it will be a dot ball to start off the innings.
It is Kwibuka Women's T20 Tournament, the 12th edition of this tournament, where Rwanda being the only country to win this title in 5 teams that are playing the 12th edition.
It gives them a chance of winning another one, Rwanda. Those are the first runs on board for Rwanda, and there will be whites. Rwanda will be ready to take everything the way it comes because it is a Sunday. Many fans have come around and they want to watch some exciting cricket. It is a beautiful morning. So because it's not a working day in Rwanda and maybe elsewhere, it has given an opportunity to many of the fans to come around and enjoy a few of these games. It's much better there, keeping the wickets in check.
And the Kwibuka Women's T20 Tournament is an annual international cricket competition hosted by Rwanda Cricket Association RCA to honor the victims of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi for the 12th edition. And it's been 32 years since genocide. Very good tournament that brings all the countries together all the way from different continents and all the corners of the world. If you see how Brazilians are here, Brazil women team are here playing in East Africa against Rwanda, Malawi, Nigeria, all the way from West Africa, Zimbabwe, HPC from South. Very beautiful tournament. And it's been a very good tournament so far. And Rwanda has scored 174 on this pitch. And Captain Diane not asking for many, but she said 130 plus will be enough for them to defend.
Yeah, one thing I thought is that they would bring back Ruth Umugwaneza, but she's not back in lineup. That one is touched by Giselle Ishimwe off the thick edge of the blade, and it will run away to the boundary. First boundary as Rwanda looks forward to setting up a challenging total.
Right on the money, very good ball, but again, wise enough from Ishimwe Giselle to place that in the gap, not having third man, no protection in the deep, allowing Rwanda to get the first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, because she's not bowling raw pace, Maria Eduarda, she has long off and extra cover because she'll be bowling more on the offside. That one angling in a little more, and the appeal for LBW goes in vain. But one thing you see about that field setup there for Maria Eduarda, she has Mariani Atur at slips because she knows that Giselle Ishimwe will be throwing her blade. So if you're throwing her blade and you have a slip fielder, you create some bit of options there for your side to maybe pick up the first wicket early in the innings. It is the final ball to end the first over from Maria Eduarda. Touch and go. And it will be a single to bring us the end of over number 1. Scoreboard reading 7 for no loss after the first over.
That's Rwanda there on your screens. Very calm in the start of the innings. Getting 7 in the first one from Maria Eduarda, who is not easy bowler to take on. Maria Eduarda so far is the most wicket taker in the tournament, having taken 9 wickets in 4 innings at an economy of 4.94. And you talked about something of not changing the team, bringing in Grace again. But for them, as I asked the captain earlier on in the morning, they want to bat, so they had to increase the batting lineup.
Yeah, one thing you would say that when Ruth was bowling to this wicket, she expected some bit of turn and bounce off the surface. So because she has made a debut against Malawi, she has played on one game for Rwanda. I feel like playing a game with this one could give her another chance maybe to come and try and do some bit of more bowling. But again, it gets back to the team, the coaches, Leonard Namburo and Tuizere Adele. They have their processes that maybe they would love to be following, and that's why they keep the team unchanged. But Lara Bittencourt will be bowling the second over for Brazil. It's good bowling. She's gone for a slow one and got it drifting away from Giselle Ishimo to pick up the dot ball. When you look at the last innings, these two opened the batting for Rwanda against Nigeria. Watakushimaninde Fane 29 of 23 and Giselle Ishimo 12 of 13. Good figures. How trying to go for the cut shot. Oh, that's good fielding there from Carolina Nascimento, the captain, putting in a faint stop and cutting off, and what would have been an extra run.
With the way Giselle is batting, she has improved a lot on cutting those balls. She used to tap and go, but now she can cut. That's a very good work from the coaching staff. Leonard Nambulu, Adenen Tuyizere, who have been working so hard with the girls, that shows a lot of work that have been done back behind the eyes of fans, that we witness things we see on TV. But again, that's a very good work from the coaching staff.
Clapped away through the cover area by Watakushimaninde Fane. That's some good fielding there, putting the ball down on the line to cut off the extra runs. I tell you today, Brazil looks to be in the mood of fielding well because they have really put the bodies down on the line. Something really see from them. And that's Laura Cardoso, the vice captain, who just chipped in a timely dive to cut off the runs. When you look at yesterday's, not to call it yesterday because it is today, the game was, so it was yesterday, West Indies taking on New Zealand, the defending champions of the T20 World Cup. And you see that what might have costed New Zealand that game was the fielding. When they were fielding, they put down so many chances. Also, they weren't so good at stopping the balls, leaked so many runs inside. And that went on to give West Indies the chance to pick up the win. Of course, Campbell scoring 90 runs for West Indies. And I tell you, this World Cup might be World Cup of runs. We saw Phoebe Litchfield scoring a half century there for Australia earlier in the day as Australia managed to defeat South Africa. And then later on, Campbell. Then we saw forgetting that White Hodge for England scoring the first century on the opening day, the first match against Sri Lanka for England women. So it will be World Cup for many men runs. But as we come to the end of over number 2, 11 for no loss is where the scoreboard reads. And you look at the upcoming games in the Women's World Cup today, big one between India and Pakistan. It will be an exciting match when we see Amanpreet Kaur, the captain for India, coming up. Shafali Verma will all be in action. But for now, here at Gahanga B Stadium, it is Maria Eduarda who is back into the attack with a dirty ball, keeping the wickets in check right now. And that's some good bowling area there for her. She's kept this right outside off stump and picked up another dirty ball. Yesterday, Rwanda celebrating the Women's Day. They had a China cricket event, China just a Rwanda to mean play, where these teams that are taking part in this tournament came and did some bit of coaching with a few of the girls who are within from the different hubs that are within Rwanda. Tundera, Nyamata, Gahanga, all coming around to make sure that they do get some bit of inspiration. But also, you see the message of Women's Day, try to make sure that they celebrate the women in sport. Because now the opportunities are being given to the women. So when these young girls can get motivation from teams like Brazil, because even Brazil is sponsoring the hub the Ndera Cricket Hub, sorry, the Indato Cricket Hub in Ndera. And it's really good work for them. So when they come around and give them some bit of motivation, it goes a long way in seeing the game grow. Should be a no ball dispatched away very well there by Utakushimanide Fane. It is one from Maria Edwarda. Maybe she wanted to execute a slower and she sent down to the cleaners.
Maria Eduarda, who rarely misses the line, but this time round gives it a little bit too much time in the air, and Utakushimaninde Fani pulled that one, and it is a no ball signaled by the umpire Nicole Igihozo Anje. In two standing umpires today in Igihozo Anje, Nicole and Gaston Ibizi.
And here we are for the free hit. Clapped away, but it will pick up the field at extra cover. A misfield will give them many runs. Ivrin Muller not managing to stop that one. And back boundaries there for Rwanda.
An outswinger from Maria Eduarda. And for Utakushimaninde Fani opening the blade, trying to get that gap between covers, but there was a protection, a little misfield from the fielder in the deep, and allowing Fani to get the second boundary.
Yeah, now Rwanda fading the runs. That does a good over from Maria Eduardo, 4 dot balls, but the no ball and the free hit have costed her. But that's some good amendments there from Maria Eduardo. She comes back and she creams it off with one right in the good area to pick up that dirty ball. Good work there. Final ball of the over. Clapped away again by Fani Utakushimaninde. This time it is in the gap and it will be a boundary. Picking up on the length very nicely, and she creams it all the way to deep point to wrap up the over with a boundary. 24 without loss after 3 is where Rwanda stands.
Fani Utakushimaninde, who is not even moving that much, waiting for the bat ball to hit. And if you look at those trigger movement, he does everything earlier that the bowler releases the ball when she is ready, and cutting that one with a very good placement just behind the point and finding another boundary. And Rwanda is moving very well. And for Brazil, if you see how they are playing, they're very energetic in the field and never give up at any point.
Peyton Kotlara is back into the attack. That is hit straight. Work to do for the fielder. It did carry to the fielder because it was very, very straight. And had to run around to stop it. Giselle Ishime, very, very good front of the square and straight. So we would love us seeing many of those shots down the ground. I don't think you've seen changes here from Fani Utakushimaninde. She's not moving her feet, but she's fancying throwing a chicken sink at it. When she throws her arms at the ball, she makes timing and makes maximum rewards of her good shots. Much better bowling there, but a misfield will not give Rwanda the run. Good backup there from Laura Cardoso to keep it just a dot ball. And this is what they need to be doing, the Brazilians. Try and make sure that they do find the dot balls, because the previous over turned out to be expensive for them. Hitting it back out of the length, and it is another dot ball. Another no ball coming in from Lara Bittencourt. It is dangerous bowling there. She might receive a warning from the umpires because that ball went on and hit Utakushimaninde. And every time the umpire said that you might injure the batter, they give you the final warning. And if you do it again, that's why we see the conversion there between her and Gaston. If she does it again, she'll be suspended from bowling. And the bowler who didn't bowl the previous over and who is not planning to bowl the next over, might bowl the next over. Yeah, the umpire clearly giving that warning. She's given it to the bowler and also informed the captain that if Lara Bittencourt does it again, she will be suspended from bowling in the entire innings, because they might go on and injure a player with those above the Western no ball So she needs to adjust things. I think that what she was thinking, Laura Bittencourt was trying to go for a full toss. And then you see that in the previous over, Maria Edward executed it, and now even her partner, Laura Bittencourt, is trying it. It means maybe it's the plan from John Lee Booth. But now here we go for the free hit. Hit down the ground, but it will pick up the fielder. Not good placement there from Fanny Utakshimani, but she will take the single. Beautiful passage of play. The projected score for Rwanda is 147. Very, very defendable for them, despite failing to defend 139. Current 107.36. That's much better bowling there. She's angled it in for Giselle Ishimwe. And it is a dot ball. When you look at the previous over, which went for 13 runs by Maria Edward, and this current over, which has gone for 3, you feel that Bittencourt knows what to do in terms of reducing on the leakage of runs. And the dot ball brings us to the end of the over. 7 from her 2 overs, Laura Bittencourt, and after 4, Rwanda is on 27 for no loss.
Rwanda moving on 6.75. And Ishimwe Giselle with Otakshimani in the funny in the middle there have been giving out a very good start for Rwanda, having a 96 partnership against Malawi, scoring 174, and again 46 partnership against Nigeria, though they ended up scoring 106, but they've been doing so well opening.
Yeah, these two partners, Utagushimani Defan and Giselle Ishimwe, have always made sure that Rwanda gets a very good start, and that's much needed for them. But we'll be seeing the Brazilians take a bowling change. And it is the vice captain for the team, Laura Cardoso. She captained the first games in this tournament when Carolina Nascimento wasn't in the line. Cardoso replacing Eduarda Maria. Creamed away over the fielders, and it will run away. Gahanga is electric. Utagushimani Defan welcomes Laura Cardoso with that boundary, picking up on the length very nicely, and creams it down the ground for 4.
In the slots, swinging in, and for Fanny, that's the reach of her bat, and she will do nothing else but throwing all the weight and placing it in the gap just over the covered fielder. And for Fanny, who doesn't really move that much, if you see that front leg, she moves it a little. She stands very wide, a little, and the front foot facing on the middle, in the mid-on. And when the bowler is approaching the bowling crease, she moves it a little bit in the middle stump so that she will be awake enough to move the body. But otherwise, she throws the arm to the ball, especially when you offer some space.
Same shot there from Fanny Utagushimani, and the same results. Every time you come to her, she will drive through the line and pick up the boundary. It is another boundary in the over. Fanny Utagushimani enjoying the batting at the moment.
Great weight transfer. That ball is swinging in, but for Fanny, who doesn't really move that much, the head position, the weight body transfer, very close to the ball, despite of the ball swinging in, for Fanny, wasn't an easy touch for her. It was in the reach.
You would say much better there from Laura Cardoso. Every time she's given it with it, she's been hit down the ground for 4. So now what she does, she angles it in to see if Fanny can get it off the pads, and she manages to pick up the dot ball. So maybe that might be the area for her. The biggest issue is that there is not much protection for her, but she's changing the field. After conceding 2 boundaries, she's deployed an extra cover fielder. And the other fielder being used at the boundary is Kao Corner, because Fanny and Giselle are both too strong front of the square. So you need that very, very well protected. Clapped away again, but this time it is another placement there from Fanny Utagushimani. 2 boundaries near the deep mid-wicket area. This time round, she goes deep point and brings up another good reward for the Rwandans.
You don't offer room for Fanny, who now plays it a little bit late, opening up blade of the bat and placing it right in the gap between the Gary fielder and the backward point. And for Fanny, who doesn't really move that much, but you cannot ball outside of stump and you offer too much room for her to open the arms. And now there is another field change, moving that deep extra covers field a little bit wide.
Yeah, the final ball of the over is misfielded. What could have been an opportunity to catch is not taken. Villas-Boas not getting hold onto it, but she manages to save the boundary. It might have fallen away. Not sure where her concentration was. Some of the fans here who are cheering out for Rwanda, maybe you could see that on the replay. It was a clear opportunity they created, but not taken by Villas-Boas. And Fanny Utagoshimani finds another life. 5 overs gone and 41 for no loss is the score.
It was a clearly an easy catch with that composure. It looked to be an easy catch and it had to be a drop, but very good work in the end. And on your screens there, those were the fans, but not only the fans, but including the development manager for Rwanda Cricket, Landry Rurangwa, was in Ghana for coaching tutor.
Yeah, he was in Ghana for the ICC level 2 class course. Another bowling change there for the Brazilians. And it is the left-armer Marianne Atur who is into the attack. That is a misfield, which could give Rwanda 2 runs to welcome Marianne Atur into the attack. Atur Marianne replacing Lara Bittencourt. She bowls with that cross angle. And now for Giselle Ishimwe, she will be going to try and drive. She needs to make sure that she bowls it a little closer to her. But 2 runs to start off her spell. No extra cover deployed for her. Another misfield there for the Brazilians will result into a boundary. It's Laura Cardoso, the guilty party on that one. And 4 more to the total for Rwanda.
Full on that occasion, allowing Giselle to free the arms and clapping that down the ground. And the fielder at mid-off couldn't help on that one. And if you look at the way the over number 5th and 6th has been expensive for the entire tournament, it says it all that it is a very tricky overs to look at. If you see the 5th over went for 14 and the 6th is already on 6.
I think what happens is that there is some bit of urgency. Every time you're getting close to the end of the power play, maybe the chances for you to hit when there is not too much protection are coming to an end. So that's why you see most of the batters take some bit of urgency because you want to have a very, very good power play for your side. Straight to the fielder, and it is a dot ball.
And Ivan, what do you think about that? Because every time they use 2 bowlers to bowl 2 overs each, and it is a no ball called by the umpire Gaston Ibizi. And my question was, what do you think? Because they always make the change for 2 bowlers to bowl last 2 overs. If you see Lara Bittencourt bowled 2 overs for 7, but they made a change.
Yeah, first of all, it is the free hit coming in from Marianne Atur, and hit. It might go all the way for 6 years. It is the first maximum of the match. Giselle Ishimwe picking up on the length finish, and she plays it over the head of long on to bring up another maximum for the Rwandans and help them cross the 50 runs mark.
Taking a little shimmy down the track, accessing that ball at the bounce, and throwing everything on it to get the first maximum of the innings. And it is Giselle and Fanny who are already in 50 partnership. To finish off the over with a dot ball.
Yeah, good work there done by the Rwandans, finding runs inside the power play. After 6 overs, they have 54 runs for no loss. A very, very good power play, if you could say. They've taken care of the wicket column, Ishimwe, Giselle, and Utagushimaninde Fanny. And they have made sure that they do find the runs. 54 for none, projected score reading 180. But a good display there.
And it's the skipper to bowl the first over after power play, Carolina Nascimento from the Bugesera Airport Road End. The projected score moved to 175, similar to what happened the last game they played here where they scored 174. That's a very healthy outside edge, but there is a very great work in the deep to protect that from getting to the boundary, and it's a double from Mutagushimaninde Fani.
Carolina has been trying to come and make a mark here for the team, but it's clapped down the ground. Pass there from the fielder running in at long off. Maria Garcia with a fine stop to cut off another boundary. It's always him and Fanny Tokushima that made sure that they keep finding the runs and they keep scoring for Rwanda. This is the passage of play we would really love to see. Your two opening batters give you a very solid opening first wicket stand. And these two have understood the assignment. Angling in, and she gets it leg side to pick up another single.
Giselle and Fani, who has been doing so well and knowing how worthy their wickets are in the middle for Team Rwanda. And this time round, Fani is taking the lead on 34 of 27, whereas Giselle is on 20 of 16.
Nearly hit it straight to the fielder at point. And because the balls at point are always spinning away, that will spin past the fielder and run away to the boundary. Lara Bittencourt saw it coming to her. She was caught between going for the catch and going for a stop. And in the end, it is a boundary for the Rwandans.
Fani Utakushimaninde, after power play, she's always offering shots. And Carolina throwing a very good ball. Fani not getting enough connection on that one, trying to play it in the covers. But again, with that offer, it beats the fielder at point and got that spin to the boundary.
The final ball of the over coming in from the captain. Right in her eating arc, but straight to the fielder, and it is a dot ball. 8 in Carolina Nascimento's over. And after 7, 62 for no loss is the score.
After 7 overs, the score is at 62 for none. And Rwanda is moving at 8.86. And with that brings the change in Combs box. Ivan is taking a break. And as we welcome the man, Mr. Enoch. Mr. Enoch, welcome in the Combs box.
Morning, Emil. Sure, I've been witnessing a very great game between Team Brazil and Team Rwanda. Fanny, who is on fire, 38 after playing 29 deliveries, and Giselle, 20 after 16. Partnership of 6-2 without loss. It's a great game. Tossing that one, and it's driven straight on the ground. There is a great work by the fielder, but all effort went in vain.
Marianne Otha, who went for match. The first over was expensive. And for Giselle, if you look at the weight transfer after taking that double step down the track, and a great work in the deep, but went in vain. Marianne Otha starting off the over on a boundary too.
Playing that one, it's a beautiful shot, beautiful looking shot by Ishimwe Giselle. But there was not enough power behind that shot. It could have run away all the way to the boundary. But unfortunately, the connection wasn't good enough to carry through to the boundary. Pulled away powerfully. There's a fielder in the deep. And what a great work. What a great work by Malia Eduarda. Not only with the ball, when she's bowling, she does a very great job, but also this time around proving us wrong, showing us even with the fielding, she can do a great work. Cutting that one away powerfully. There was a fielder in the deep, and they will be taking a single.
Giselle and Fanny, who has been doing so well in the power play, and they have been so strategic after the power play. They made sure that they are moving on 8+ runs and over, and they had a very complicated issue in the middle where they collapse when one of them goes out.
A great shot, and it's over the fence of Gahanga Cricket International Stadium, Ground B, and it's another maximum coming into place.
It's Giselle again for the second maximum of the innings, taking a little shimmy down the track, throwing all the arms all the way to clear the boundary, and she is always hitting the screen, playing very straight. It's either 2, 4, or 6.
Loud appeal, but umpire Gaston Ibizi showing no interest at all. Showing a leg by.
And that brings us to the end of the second over of Marianne Otha and the 8th of the game. Marianne Otha, who went for two expensive overs, 27 in 2 for none. This over went for 14. And that makes Rwanda to move on 9 already. 193 is the projected score. And for Takushimaninde Fani, who is 9 runs short to get to a half century. And Giselle Ishimwe, who is on 31 of 20 already. A great partnership of those two. And I think this is the second they had over 50. They had 96 against Malawi, and today they had 77 already. Who knows? They might even make it 100 or 150.
Tapping on that one is Giselle Ishimwe, finding a fielder at short third man. And the mill, maybe this is going to be the long-lasting and the great partnership we are going to see in this Kwibuka. Because the discipline from bowlers are not allowing batters to stand there for too long. That's cut away powerfully, and the ball is racing all the way to the boundary. Another boundary comes in from Ishimwe Gisela's blade.
Carolina Nascimento offering some space on Giselle, and I'm telling you, that wasn't that short and not too wide, but for Giselle trying to give herself the room and cutting that one, it sliced a little bit, trying to clear that space between backward point and extra covers, and yeah, surely she got that gap.
Stepping out and hitting that one straight down the ground. There is a fielder, and fielder. That's great. It's Malia Ruiza Galicia doing a very great back in the deep. Back to what I was saying. We have seen bowlers with a lot of discipline, not allowing batters to cross partnership mark of 50 runs. And today, Team Rwanda have surpassed that curse. Takushimaninde Fani, who is only short of 9 runs to put up a half century. Playing that one straight on the ground once again, straight to the same fielder. Jersey number 50, who is doing a great work, a very, very great work in the deep. Saving some runs for Team Brazil, and projected score have now jumped to 188. What a great knock by Team Rwanda, moving by 9 runs per over. Tossed up and pulled away powerfully. There is a fielder. And Lindsay Viras-Boas brought a breakthrough. Now Team Rwanda loses their first and is Ishimwe Giselle.
It's a result to depart on 36 of 24. A great innings, a very great partnership between her and Utakushimaninde Fani, who had to double step down the track, allowing Carolina Nascimento to bowl that one as a full toss. And the fielder in the deep, Vilas Boas, had to complete that very good catch, very calm and composed. And for Brazil, they had a breakthrough, which allows them to get back together, and a great innings from Giselle, 36, 24, 2 maximums, and 4 boundaries. And that will allow Clarisse Mtoniwase to join Fanny Utakushimaninde in the middle there. And that gives the umpires a short break of drinks. And that's Coach John Lee Booth, who is joining in the middle, joining the team. It was only 1 over to get to the break. And with that breakthrough, it gives them the time to have a drink. And it's also a strategic time for both teams. You can see Coach John Lee Booth, who was here in Rwanda in 2023, coached national team in World Cup qualifiers finals in Windhoek, Namibia. And umpires also will be taking a short break and drinks. And it's Kwibuka. And that's the message of Kwibuka for the 32nd time. We remember, unite and renew as we build Rwanda together. It has been 32 years since genocide happened here in Rwanda against the Tutsi. And it's Kwibuka T20I Women's Tournament happening on the 12th edition. We'll be taking a short break too.
We are back after that short break, and Lindsay Vilas-Boas come into the attack. Much better line from Boas. Took a very great catch back then. And that great partnership of Team Rwanda by Ishimwe Giselle alongside Utakushimaninde Fani comes to an end. Driving straighter. And the ball is going straight on the ground. A misfield, but fortunately there was a backup. Sabino missing that one completely. Ana Clara Sabino trying to take it once. But at the end of the day, it's all about doing the right things right. That backup saved 3 runs for Team Brazil. And on the mark is Mutoniwase Clarisse. A great asset for Team Rwanda. Left-handed batter. Let us see if today she can just manage to contribute and keep this momentum for Team Rwanda. Here we go. Lindsay charging in. Pulled away, cut away powerfully. There is a fielder in the deep. And unfortunately, it's a chance went begging, but it was somehow difficult. But if the fielder could have managed to put in some effort, it was going to be a different story for Team Rwanda. Mutoniwase Clarisse off the mark for 2 runs. Now she is moving by 200 as the strike rate. If you are joining us now, it's Kwibuka Women's Tournament, edition number 12, happening here in Kigali, Gahanga. It's a tournament with a great theme saying, remember, unite, and renew, making sure that what happened here in Rwanda in 1994 won't happen again. It was genocide against Tutsi. What a great delivery from Lindsay Las Boas. He's not giving a space for Takushimaninde Fani to stretch her arms. We have seen what she has been doing since the very start of this innings. The moment you offer some width, she was not sparing those deliveries. Last delivery of this over. Another swing and miss, and that marks the end of over number 10. We are already halfway there, and Team Rwanda, they are 8-7 after the loss of 1.
That is the highest score of the tournament. Yeah, this ground B, 174 for 6 in 20 overs. It was the game between Rwanda and Malawi on 11th of June 2026, right on the same ground. And that brings in again the captain, Carolina Nascimento, to bowl her 3rd over after giving away 7 runs and over 14 in 2 overs, taking 1 wicket. And there is a very tricky field set, having shot 3rd, still making so much adjustment in the field, having deep covers in the place, long off, long on, and deep mid wicket, bowling to a left-hander who will be giving much advantage to Carolina Nascimento. The ball be turning away. Starts off with the white ball. Should be employing a slip in there. A great call from the captain.
Loud appeal, too close, and finger goes up. Rwanda loses their second. It's Mutoniwase Clarisse who tried to go backward, trying to give herself enough room to pull it away, and unfortunately didn't go. If you can look closely, I can say that was a great call by umpire Nicole, because Clarisse was much close, and they're obstructing 3 sticks.
Clarisse being dismissed on 3 of 3, no boundary. I think it's not my cause. I talked about it just in time that the captain, Carolina Nascimento, made a very great call, bowling off spin. The ball will be turning away, very challenging to a left-hander. And of course, Mutoniwase Clarisse not judging that ball. It wasn't that short, even if we could get a replay again, but it wasn't that short. but for her, she misjudged that ball, trying to pull that one, and it was right on the money in the stumps. And that brings in Owase Melve in the middle, and Rwanda has been struggling to play in the middle overs as they collapse after losing the first wicket between Utakushima and Indefani. And mostly when they lose Giselle, they collapse, and in the current run rate lowers a bit. But again, Melve has been doing well, so good luck to her.
And actually, this could be the defining partnership of this game. This could be the defining moment. Yeah, Team Rwanda, they are the host. They have support. But also Team Brazil, they are showing a tremendous character in the not letting go, not giving up. Stepping out and getting a great shot. Ismail was off the mark for a single after facing that second delivery. Or saying, yes, Rwanda, they are the host. They do have support. Everyone is cheering them. And Team Rwanda will need a great partnership to hold up on this momentum that Giselle and Fanny have created all over the bowler's head and straight on the ground. And another single comes into the place. Takshmaninde Fanny off the mark, allowing Merveille Uwase to continue with the play of these two deliveries. Takshmaninde Fanny, who is on 44 after 38.
It's Melville to get that nick, and that allows them to. No, it's a boundary. It's a boundary, and for Melville, it's the 100th boundary for her. A very good work from Melville, getting 100 boundary, a milestone, taking a little shimmy down the track, not getting enough connection. It wasn't a full bat, but again, a very thick edge. The fielder in the deep hope she is okay as she gets the treatment from the physio. And as you said, Rwanda will need a very good partnership between Melve and Otakushima Indefani, or whoever comes in to join whoever will be in. That they build the momentum and not going lower. But still, they are still moving on 8.68. Very good for them. And they're moving on above what captain asked for. She said they want 130 plus, but as things look like, they'll be getting 150 plus, and there is a change. There is a little bit change between Melve. I mean, the difference between Melve and the Takushimaninde Fani while playing spin. Melve will be offering so much sweeps, will be trying to play square of the wicket, but for Fani, who looks forward to be looking to hit a little bit in front of square.
The previous boundary, it was Marianne Arthur who was chasing it. And back there you can see that the field is way too slow. I mean, the outfield is way too slow. She could have done just better by giving it a dive, just getting there in time, and it could have been a single run. Would have saved 3 for Team Brazil, but unfortunately it didn't work. And Merveille got her first boundary in this innings. Merveille stepping out, hitting that one straight into covers region. And Maria Eduarda not letting that one go off 30 yards.
After 11 overs, the score is at 94 for 2. The projected score is 171. Those are the national team players. David Uwimana making his way back in the qualifiers just time ago in Botswana, and that's Rindiro in your screens there, and that is bowling for Brazil. Maria Eduarda, who didn't start well with an economy of 10, not taking any wickets, 20 in 2.
Yeah, we've said it. Rwanda, they are the host. They do have a lot of support. Men's side coming here in the morning to support them all day long. And Lindsay Villas to continue. It's a flick shot from Fanny Utakushimaninde, who is cruising into her into her half century.
5 runs to a half century from Utakushima Nindefani, who has been struggling to play the balls in the stumps. But this time round, at least she opened the leg, opened the bat, getting that on drive down to the fielder in the deep. And for her, it's that little thing of the stance. She moves the front leg right in the middle stump, not allowing her to open and access that region of leg side. But otherwise, if you ball it short and wide, and for Melvey, who has completed 100 boundaries, I'm telling you, it's a milestone. It's a great thing to achieve. And there is so much milestones to be achieved. Diana Menyumana, only 1 wicket short to get to 100 wickets, and also 4 boundaries to get to 300 boundaries. Great work from them.
Oh my goodness, and Utakushiman Indefani, who was on 45 of 38 this time around. Viras Boas got the stumps right, the line and the length. Now Fanny is have to depart.
The ball was swinging in, and Fanny was a little bit away from that ball, not offering full face of the bat. And Brazil will get another wicket without Shimaninde Fanny to depart on 45 of 40. What a great innings. 7 boundaries. 96 for 3 after 11.3. As we said now, the 2 new batters in. Melville on 6 of 5, and Georgette Ingabire, who is in, didn't score much yesterday. I mean, the previous game they played against Nigeria. But for Rwanda, expanding the batting order, the batting lineup, giving the chance to Georgette Ingabire, who has been doing so well over the last 2 years also, being the best batters in the leagues. And now she's getting opportunity in international cricket. Hopefully she will get the maximum use of it. And for left-handed batter, Lindsay Villas Boas, who have deep extra covers, who is moving a little bit wider. Long off, long on, and cow corner are very close, mid-wicket.
The ball is racing all the way to the boundary, and another boundary comes in towards a wide. Lindsay Villas Boas, after taking that wicket, missing the line completely, and a boundary comes in.
One shot away to 100 mark for Rwanda. Projected score is still 172. They maintain moving on 8 runs and over. Very, very tricky to bat when you've given the chance in the tournament. And in this situation too, the team is moving very well. And for you, you're struggling to get off the mark and scoring your own runs, but still. It's 100 mark for Rwanda, and it is a boundary for Georgette, who is off the mark with that boundary.
What a way for Team Rwanda to enter the triple digits. 100 on the scoreboard. Look at that. The ball was racing all the way to the boundary. It was a great shot to watch from Georgette Ingabire, going down on one knee and getting the gap right. 105 after the loss of 3, and it will be the last delivery of this over. playing that one straight to fielder in covers. And it's a dot delivery right away for Lindsay Villas-Boas to end over number 12. 105 runs on the board after the loss of 3.
After 12 overs, Rwanda is at 105 for 3. And there will be a change in Combs box. Ivan will be back, replacing Mr. Enoch. On your screens there, that is the vice president for Rwanda Cricket. This is the standing so far. Team Zimbabwe women's high performance leading the table, winning 3 matches in 4. Rwanda being second, Nigeria, Brazil equaling 2 wins each. Very open tournament still. Can never judge until the last game. There is a bowling change. Marian Otter. That is cut away powerfully. And it gets to the boundary. Another boundary for Wasemelve, the second for her. And Rwanda moves to 109.
What Melville is doing is picking it up from where Giselle Ishimwe and her partners have left it away with Takushimani Defani. But that one need to wait for her, and she manages to throw her bat onto it to pick up another boundary. The runs have kept flowing throughout the innings for Rwanda. Despite them losing 3 wickets already, there has been clear intentions of Melville continuing to score the runs for Rwanda. Marianne Atul changing bowling ends, but has not changed in the rewards. That's a soft touch, and it will be another single taken by Melville.
The last game they played here, Melville scored 30. So it will be giving her the confidence to continue where she has stopped. And again, for Georgette Ingabire, who is already at 4 of 3 balls, will be confident enough as she started off with the boundary. There is a field change, having cow corner deep square. And that fielder is at fine leg, but the keeper is not convinced. He will be moving them a little bit back again. Deep extra covers, long on, but still there's so much adjustment as left-handed, right-handed combination in the middle there will be challenging for them to settle.
They're just making sure that they don't make any errors in the field setup. Marianne Atul, not sure if she's changing bowling ends for the left-handed. Oh, she's changing bowling ends. She's now going to bowl left arm over the wickets for Georgette Ingabire. She's got it drifting away from Georgette and she's picked up the dot ball. Georgette should do what Fanny Tagishimanile and Reveal was suffered in the innings. When she's outside off stump, open a full face and slap it away. There is no extra cover and no deep point. So there's a scoring area. Now that one again, she's not put any power in the shot. And it is a dot ball. Now she shapes what she would have done earlier on.
Naturally, it's easier for left-handers to clear the leg side.
I think that's much better. Even that is easier for them to clear the one side, but that is what you need to do. Get to the ball and slap it away with power. And you see when she does it, Georgette Ingabire, she picks up another boundary.
I was about to say it. For Georgette, it's easier for her to play on the offside than the leg side. So for Mariana or Arthur, who must be aware of that, not offering anything wide, those should be bowling in the stumps because Georgette is not that aggressive on the leg side.
The final ball of the over. No foot movement, but a little touch and the dot ball. A good over for the Rwandans, 9 in it. And as we come to the end of over number 13, 114 for 3 is where the scoreboard reads, maintaining that scoring rate of 8.77 with the projected score still reading 175.
With that previous boundary scored by Georgette Ingabire, placing that in the gap, just the backward point, between backward point and short third. And Rwanda maintaining a very good current run rate of 8.77. Mariana Otha, who has been very expensive, moving at 9 and over, 37 in 3. 36, beg your pardon, it's 36 in 3 overs bowled. And for Rwanda, moving very well. They've been struggling to maintain this run rate in the middle when Giselle and Fanny went out. But for now, Mevey has done it, and I think she'll be continuing from where she stopped.
Laura Cardoso, the bowling change back for her second over. Slower and cramping into the pads. Catching one into the pads, but the single will be taken there. There must have been, the umpire confirms that there wasn't any bat onto it, but that ball angling in too much for Mervelo Uwase. And it would be a good ball to bowl to the left-handed Jujeta Ingori, because it means the ball drifted away from her since she was bowling it in swing to the lefty. It will be outswing to the in swing to the righty, outswing to the lefty. But onto it, but there's extra cover in place. Good running. They are pushing quickly. These two, Mervelo Uwase and Ingabire Jojette, and they'll pick up a double for Rwanda.
And for Brazil, they don't really panic in the middle there. They don't really give up early. They keep on cheering each other, hyped. And for Rola Cardoso, who doesn't really offer that much room, talking about the room she offers, she bowls that in swinger, and for Georgette to be swinging away, and she keeps it on the off stump. So for Georgette to play that one, she must move the feet or try to go in the line of the ball.
She'll need to work on the movement down, and she pedals that one away. It will be a boundary. Missing her line, Laura Cardoso, and easy pickings there for the lefty, Jojeta Ingabire, as she brings up another boundary.
She had me well. A great shot on one knee, placing that one in the gap with a very full blade of the bat. And for Rola Cardoso, missing a little bit, placing that one in the middle. And for Georgette, who is already on the back knee, she leans back, waiting for you to bounce, and she cuts you. She's very strong on the offside. So for you to be scored from the leg side, it's either you ball it very short or right on the leg.
Deep square leg now in place for Laura Cardoso. Slapped away and into the gap. Another boundary for Ingabire Jojette. Runs have been flowing like a tap for Rwanda. And even Ingabire Jojette is making easy pickings. Back boundaries there.
Open blade, not getting enough touch on that one. But again, healthy outside edge. For Georgette saying, you will never know my next move. Placing a deep square, very backward. And Georgette opening the blade, accessing that region of third man, getting another boundary for Rwanda and for herself.
There's a total of 180 runs on the cards there for the Rwandans if they can maintain this run rate of 9.04. And if they make it 10, it will be 200 for them. One more to come in over number 14 by Laura Cardoso. Closing in on her blade straight to the fielder. And they will take the single. A little expensive there from Cardoso. 14 runs in it. And as we come to the end of over number 14, 126 for 3 is what the scoreboard reads. Many fans coming out to watch this game. And if there was a day where Rwanda has received home support, today is the day. They'll be hoping that they can make it to the finals, because the finals will be played on a Saturday. It is not a working day here in Rwanda and where I come from. So it gives an opportunity for many fans to come around and cheer on the home side. And for them, having defeated Nigeria by 2 runs, who are also contenders in this tournament, they stand a very big chance. And if they do cruise and pick up this victory, maybe they'll finish in the top 2 and they play in the finals on Saturday. There will be a placement game on Saturday in the morning, then a final between the top 2. And the morning game will be a third placement match. Beaten Kotlara is back into the attack. Beautifully driven down the ground by Jojete Ingabire to bring up another single. And as the action of the Kwibuka Women's T20 tournament, the 12th edition, comes to the end on Saturday. On Sunday, we'll be having another big one between the 4 o'clock from Nigeria, who will be squaring off against the Abakambwe. It's a veterans match where we'll be seeing the president of the Nigeria Cricket Federation, Oy Akapata, in Rwanda, facing off against the founding president, Charles Haba, for Rwanda, and the current president, Stephen Musali. And we had a conversation with the president for RCA. He said he confirmed that there will be a live stream for that game. So for the fans who are not here in Rwanda, don't be worried. You will not miss up on anything. Going for reverse sweep. She did connect well, but she will pick up the single, Merivelo Uwase.
Merve, who is always busy playing spin, sweeping, reverse sweeping, and after seeing they have employed deep square, she decided to have that.
This time round, good timing there from Ingabire Jojete, and it will be a boundary. Boundaries have kept flowing, and if Brazilians don't find a way of stopping them, they might chase 200 runs this morning.
Georgette, who looks to be in a very good touch on one knee again. It was right on the leg stump. There was no protection in for Georgette, who placed that one backward on the fine leg. And the fielder in the deep square couldn't get on that one. And for Lala Bittencourt is bowling a little bit straighter in the stumps, though should be giving a little. Exactly, that's what I was talking about. Should be bowling on the off stump, letting the batter to come forward, not bowling it short or full, as Georgette is very strong on playing on the offside. Though having no protection, bowling the ball turning away, having long off, long on, cow corner and deep square.
She gets down to one knee, but she'll pick up the fielder. That should be Marianne Ator. A misfield will give them the boundary. This has been the issue for the Brazilians. They have not been so good on the boundary. Even what could have been an easily fielded ball results into giving Rwanda maximum rewards. Still work for them to do.
Pace off again from Lala Bittencourt, who bowled very two good overs, and that poor fielding in the deep could have been a single, went to be a boundary, and to bowl the last ball of the over.
Over 10 already from the over, and that single will make it 11 in the over. Oh, that hurts. Trying to go for a direct hit. Laura Cardoso, and in her attempt to making her ground, she does collide with the ball in Gabriel Jojete. That hurts, I tell you. Might have hit her on the chest, and she will receive some bit of medical attention. We're getting some bit of extra bounce from the surface, and going on to it in Gabriel Jojete. Gabriel Jojete was looking so well poised for a longer innings. 17. We'll have to get some bit of medical attention there from the medical staff. Not good scenes here to see. And this is how everything happened. Driving one on in Gabriel Jojete, glorious off drive. But as she was struggling to make her ground, the batter thinking of taking a direction, and you saw how she collides with the ball. She touches the chest right away. But the doctor is doing whatever it takes to make sure that she gets back to continue finding the runs. Some of the results in this game, the opener there being won by Zimbabwe taking on Rwanda. They won by 3 wickets. Nigeria beat Malawi by 52 runs in a low-scoring thriller. Zimbabwe high performance carrying on the momentum. They beat Brazil in their second game by 47 runs. Nigeria defeated Brazil by 7 wickets. Rwanda defeated Malawi by 66 runs. Zimbabwe women high performance Nigeria beat Zimbabwe women high performance by 7 wickets, and that's the only loss for the Zimbabwe high performance in this tournament. Whereas Rwanda managed to edge Nigeria by just 2 runs in an exciting rivalry clash. Brazil defeated Malawi by 42 runs, and before we went for the rest day, it was Zimbabwe high performance who defeated Brazil by 3 wickets. But the good news is that Georgette Ingabire is having some sip of the water, and she's back on her feet. Yoneste Iyakareme, the physiotherapist, making sure that some good work is done. And this is the good thing of working out. Every time you're training, some things that could hurt people who don't always train don't hurt you a lot. She did quite with the ball, but because her body is well conditioned, she's now back on her feet and she can look forward to be carrying on the momentum. 27-17, she's scoring way above 100 and she will be hoping she can continue. After 15, 137.43 is what Rwanda has on board. Back on her feet and ready to face right away. Villas Boas is the bowling change. Hit down the ground, and it will be 4 more from Georgette Ingabire. Despite the injury on the final ball of the last over, Georgette is here for a longer innings. But what a cracking shot there through the offside to pick up another boundary.
Lindsay Villas-Boas offering a full delivery on that occasion in Gabriel Georgette, having maximum use of that one, slapping that one powerfully down the ground to get another boundary. And so far, Georgette has beaten her highest score in international cricket of 18. And I'm telling you, she is better than that. And hopefully she can get to the maiden half century on her back. She is already on 33 of 18, only 17 runs to get to a half century.
That will be good for her to continue finding the runs for Rwanda. Slaps one away down to extra cover. They are pushing quickly for the second run because they know the Brazilians are not so good on the boundaries. And they will manage to come back for the second run. Evelyn Muller with the throw, but not stopping these two from taking the extra run. It is a good over per se. 4 runs off the first ball, 2 runs, maintaining that run rate of 9.33. The Rwandans inside edge and should be another boundary. The ball traveling away, giving it a chase is Mariani Ator, but the chase going in vain as it is another boundary for Georgette Ingabire in the over.
It was a good ball from Lindsay Villas-Boas, but again, lucky enough for Ingabire Georgette to offer the shot, trying to place that one straight in front of the square, but again, getting that nick, allowing her to get to the boundary.
Soft hands, what you would love to see from Georgette Ingabire. And it is another boundary. The effort there from Lara Bittencourt going in vain because the ball kept angling away from her. And when you look at the pace that she is bowling Villas-Boas, I feel she needs a fielder behind of the square, maybe third man off in leg, straighter to make sure that that fielder can run and make sure that they maybe try and stop the runs behind the batter.
If you look at the way Georgette is standing, not moving so much, stepping forward, but again, allowing the ball to get to the touch and playing it very late, placing it in the gap. And the fielder in the deep is a little bit straighter, should be moving a little bit backward.
Down on one knee, but this time round she picks up the fielder. Mariani, who cuts it off just a dot ball. One more to play in the over. But today in the morning we saw the New York Knicks defeating the San Antonio Spurs in the National Basketball League of America, one of the popular leagues that you would wish to follow on. And after 53 years, the New York Knicks finally won a trophy after defeating the San Antonio Spurs. The Spurs had the chance because in the final quarter they were leading by 10 points. But in the end, they threw it away. A few mistakes here and there. And the victory going the way of the New York Knicks. By runs to end over number 16. 151 for 3 is what the scoreboard reads. Changing the comms, Emilio will go and take a short break, sip some bit of the waters that we do have here at Gahanga, and Enoch Gasana joins me here. Enoch, welcome back to the comms. 4 more overs in this innings, 152 for Rwanda. The question for you right now is how many runs will Rwanda add on the total?
Can't be sure about that. All I can see is Georgette Ingabire cruising into the half century that Fanny Takushmaninde didn't manage to put on the board. 152 runs after the loss of 3, and 4 more overs to be played. Can see Team Rwanda, if they keep this momentum up, Ivan, you can see them cruising into 180 or 90.
Bowling change, and the full toss clapped straight to the fielder. Dirty ball. Maria Edwarda, who bowled the opening over and still bowled the third over for this innings, is now the bowling change, replacing Marianne Ator from the Roddy end. And she must start off with the dirty ball. Brazil will need more of this to make sure they don't chase a very big total. Tries to use her feet, but insufficient, and the run is taken. And in the Women's T20 World Cup, which is taking on in England and Wales today, Netherlands will be taking on Bangladesh in the first game. 11:30 here in Rwanda and 12:30 in Uganda. Whereas India women will take on Pakistan women in one of the greatest rivalries in women's cricket at 3:30 here in Rwanda, 4:30 in Uganda, and 6 p.m. in the UK. So fans will be looking forward for some of these games. 12 of 9 for Wase Merivale and 44 of 25 for Georgette Ingabire. Down to long on, and it will be another single. Ingabire Georgette is already into the 40s, and she's six runs shy of scoring a half century in her name.
No easy runs on offer, no easy deliveries to face. This is a real test of character for the batting side, Ivan. This is where Georgette will be tested. Maria Eduarda not giving those easy deliveries to face. And Ingabire Georgette is on the crease, on the mark. Is it going to be the half century that Team Rwanda is waiting for? They are the host, a lot of support.
Yeah, Takushmaninde fell in the 40s, but Georgette will clap one straight to the fielder and still wait for the moment. But a quick update from the Gahanga A main ground, the Gahanga A ground or the main ground. Zimbabwe women high performance taking on Malawi. Zimbabwe won the toss and opted to bowl fast, but they got bowled out for only 110 runs, 19.2 runs. It might seem Malawi causing an upset. They do pick up that victory, but it is an exciting clash happening that side. And here we are with the current passage of play. Final ball of the over, but a good ball from Maria Edwarda. She has given away only 4 runs so far. And that dot ball will mean that the 17th over has gone for just 3 runs. But it was some bit of questions on how Rwanda bats in the death overs. Because I tell you, this is the phase where you need to make sure that you're finding most of the runs. And if you only pick up 3 in the 17th on a good start, it doesn't look so good. The fans rate in your frame, but after 17, 155 for 3 is the score.
Games like this, that's the reason why I do love this game of cricket. You can see the Manhattans. That's 9th, 11th, and 12th over, where 3 wickets have been picked in consolidation phase. Team Rwanda trying to get those boundaries, and unfortunately, they have been caught sleeping, and they have lost 3 wickets in quick succession. Some sort of changes in field set.
There is a bowling change. Villas Boas out of the attack, and it is the captain, Carolina Nascimento, who returns. Spin now starts with a wide one, and it is judged wide by the umpire, where outside of the tram lines, But you see the clear plan there from Carolina Nascimento trying to ball it wide from Jojete Ingabire and not giving her room to play on the onside. It's expensive in her spell. She has fouled. Her 3 overs went for 22 runs despite her picking up 2 wickets, Carolina. And this is her final over. That's what she was looking to do, and now she executes it well and picks up the dot ball.
Georgette Ingabire, who is still struggling to go off the mark so that she can jump into her 50s, stepping out and hitting that one up in there. It's going to be taken, and another catch is taken. Another wicket for Team Rwanda goes down, falling in their 40s, not cruising into half century.
Earlier on, it was Utagushima in the final failed to convert a little full, but that she closed in on her blade. If she had just played with an open force of the blade trying to access the offside, maybe she could have picked up a boundary. But as she closes in on her blade, she does pick out the field at long on, and it is the 4th wicket that goes for Rwanda. Disappointing moment for her. Maybe she could have kept meddling and picking the singles.
Yeah, you can see her walking out in a disbelief.
Another one falls in the 40s. Yet Ngabire, feel for her. She was really cruising so well and finding her hitting arc. She was finding the runs, but unfortunately failing to convert. 45 of 29, good catch there by Maria Luisa Garcia at long on. And now is that the body language of the Brazilians has come back. They are making some noise. Henriette Ishimwe Teresa is the new batter in. Up in the air right away. Another catch is taken. Back-to-back wickets there for Carolina Nascimento. A rare golden duck for Teresa Ishimwe Henriette as Brazil pick up the 50th wicket.
Safe hands. Those are the safest hands you will see in the tournament. Catching 2 consecutive catches in a row. And Team Rwanda tragedy continues. No, they were expecting a lot from shot number 50, Ishimwe Teresa Henriette. And then unfortunately today she didn't manage to put some contribution on the board. And Mrekatete Belize, who have scored 50 runs in 20 plus deliveries, is now on the crease to face last 3 deliveries from Carolina Nascimento. And Carolina Nascimento on a hat-trick delivery. Can this be the hat-trick for Team Brazil?
Maybe the first hat-trick in the tournament as well. But it is a hat-trick ball, and it will be Belize Morekatete to face the hat-trick ball. Aggressive, she scored the first half century of this tournament. And now here you go for the hat-trick ball. Deft touch. And off the mark right away, Morekatete. Single onto the total there for Rwanda. Not sure the thinking was for Henriette Ishimwe. Maybe the coach said he had to come and hit the hell out of these remaining overs. But she just managed to pick up the fielder. Now they are finding the runs because of the misfields that are being done by the Brazilians. And some good running between Melville Uwase and Belize Morekatete. Good wheels on for them. These 2 batters were Uwase Merivale and Belize Morekatete play for the same club. And that is the Gahanga Queens. Full toss hit away, and it is 4 more for Rwanda and for Uwase Merivale.
Merivale, who is also the captain of that club that Ivan was saying, Gahanga Queens Cricket Club, led by Bujingo Kenneth Bryson, who is the assistant coach of men's side. Cutting that one powerfully all the way to the boundary. The gap was there. There is no third man in place. And Merivale took advantage of that gap.
The end of the over, 18 gone and 163 for a loss of 5 is what the scoreboard reads. There is a slow override penalty there by the umpire, meaning that the Brazilians can now use only 3 fielders outside the 30 because of the slow bowling that they have so far displayed. And to bowl the penultimate over will be Maria Eduarda. It will also be her final over. Nascimento Carolina picked up 4 wickets but went for a little many, 29 in half 4 overs. The captain for the side, but she's completed her spell. And now Maria Eduarda is bowling her final over. She has so far gone for 23 in 3 overs. And now she will be coming in for the final over. Current 109.06. And the projected score still reading 181 for the Rwandans. 12 more to play in this match. The first innings of the game. Longo on, Longo off, and Cow Corner are the boundary raiders. This is that one by a male, no foot movement from Belize, and it is a dot ball.
And Belize will need to be attentive and cautious enough to every single delivery delivered by Maria Eduarda, because here every dot delivery will count and every single run will count as well.
Goes but straight up in the air. There is a fielder. Doesn't take the catch. And the Belize takes up the double. Marianne Atoll, sorry, it is Ana Clara Sabino who looks to underline her body below the ball but didn't complete the catch. And Belize Morekatete survives. Swings hard Banoy across the ball and it is a dot ball. Some exciting results coming in from the FIFA World Cup. Qatar and Switzerland. A 1-1 draw. Brazil, Morocco, 1-1 draw. Scotland picked up a win after so many years. I think last got their first victory in the World Cup in the 90s. They beat up on Haiti 1-0, whereas Australia beat up Turkey in the morning 2-0. Down the ground, that ball is traveling. But good fielding there from Garcia, who took some 2 catches in the previous over. She's been looking so good in terms of fielding, Maria Luisa Garcia. And clearly, you don't take anything away from the good work she's doing. And I've been telling you about Rwanda's playing in the death overs. They were finding boundaries earlier on, and these two are both capable, but they can't find any. The previous over was boundaryless, and looks like even this over might not go to any boundary. 3 runs so far from this over by Maria Eduarda and 1 more ball to play. Clearly, should make sure that if you've been struggling and you have a very good start with 5 wickets at hand, let the batters who are in try and find the runs as much as they can. Down the leg and it will be weights, but that is some good glove work there from the wicket keeper when Carol Rufino judging the ball well and making sure she puts a fine stop, not to give her extra runs.
Team Rwanda, which is the team which have the highest score of the tournament, 174, and they got that score when they were playing again on this ground. Let us see if today they can surpass that total that they have set.
Final ball, straight to the fielder, and taken. Carolina Nascimento diving forward, and she gets hold onto that. Good work there from Carolina Nascimento Silva to get rid of Merivale Uwase.
Look at that. It was actually a great shot, but not in the right area and not in the right hand. Carolina Nascimento, who doesn't drop many, brought a breakthrough once again. Team Brazil, which have been showing a great fielding composure, and Uwase Merivale goes off with 19 runs on her back. And to come in is Ikuzwe Aris, who went on dark previously after trying to go hard, and she created an opportunity and they caught her on the boundary. Let us see today what she'll be doing for Team Rwanda. 167 is the score after the loss of 6.
Full toss, hit straight to the fielder, but not taken. Lara Bittencourt bowling the final over, but starts off with a dot ball. I love the intent being shown by Berizo Murekatete. You see, even when Mirkero Wasa went out, but at least you are showing some bit of intent. Because you make sure that you find as more runs as you can. After all, it's a tournament whereby the top 2 will make it into the playoffs. You have to take care of net run rate. That should be wide or outside of the trum lines. So clearly, Berizo Murekatete trying to show that she will continue finding the runs. And that is much needed there for her. So more drivers are remaining before we come to the end of the first innings of this game. Rwanda won the toss and opted bat first. Creamed away, it won't carry to the fielder. And they will take the single, bringing Alice Ikuzwe. Alice Ikuzwe has been struggling with form. She used to be one of the capable, very capable all-rounders in the about previous 2 years. But looks like she has dropped in form a bit. And you need an inning so you pick yourself up. But the coach, Leonard Namburo, has trusted her to come and do the work. But you know, with all-rounders, sometimes they fail to score the runs and they come and chain with the ball. We saw it for Alice Ikuzwe against Nigeria. But she'll get off the mark with that single, hitting it hard down into the surface. Rwanda still failing to find boundaries in this final over.
Umpire Gaston Ibizi indicating a no ball, and it's a free hit. I can say that it's a right call when it's Berries is the one on the strike. She can get the most out of this.
Yeah, the free hit. Beriza makes a shimmy down the track but doesn't hit it well. It will pick up the fielder, but they will go for 2. It's good running there. She didn't time it well. Maybe she rushed to get to the ball. If she had stuck into her crease, maybe she could have made good timing. Hitting that one with power, but straight to the fielder. Basically not timing the ball well. We saw her making some powerful hits against Zimbabwe. Women high performance in that game where Rwanda scored 139 and she made the first half century of the tournament. But she has struggled to find her hitting arc. Now 2 more to play in the first innings of the game. Rwanda Bittencourt now working well for her figures and making sure she doesn't go for many in the final over. Flight sit and it is hit through covers. Rwanda will get a boundary and will surpass their previous highest score in the tournament. Now 178 is what they do have as the highest score of the tournament.
Ikuzwe Aris, who have been struggling to go off the mark this time around. She's off the mark and off the mark with a boundary. Much needed boundary. Ivan have been saying it that in death overs, Team Rwanda struggling to get more runs. And the interesting thing, they have surpassed the previous score and the highest score of the tournament so far to be set by Team Rwanda.
Yeah, the wide will give Alice Ikuzwe another chance. She's gone, but hit that one straight to the fielder, and they will not take the run. Rwanda will end at 179 for 6, surpassing their previous highest score of the tournament. And Brazil will need 180 runs if they'll pick up this victory from 120 balls. This is match day number 4 of the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament. And this is a clash between Rwanda and Brazil. The batting card there for Rwanda, Takushimaninde Fane, 45 of 40 failed to convert the half century, but a healthy strike rate way above 100, 112.50. Giselle Ishimo with also a good strike rate above 100. She scored 36 of 24. Kelariso Mtonwase trapped LBW before putting many 3 of 3. Whereas Melvero Wase put some bit of stability in the mid overs, 19 of 15. Giete Ingabire also failing to convert, 45 of 29 at a strike rate of 155.17. Ishimo Henriette did not disturb the scorers, 9 of 1. Belisa Murekatete unbeaten on 8 of 9, and Alice Ikuzwe, 5 of 3. 18 extras have been given away by Brazil. Those are very, very many in T20. But 180 is what the Brazilians will need if they pick up this victory. The partnerships there, a first wicket stand between Gutagushimaninde Fani and Ishimo Giselle, 83 of 57. Fani contributing 42 and Giselle contributing 36. Whereas the other standing out partnership was between Melvero Uwase and Jejeta Ingabire, 60 of 35. Jejeta with 45 of those runs and Merville with only 7. The batting card, Carolina Nascimento, the captain, leading in terms of taking wickets in this match. A little expensive, an economy of 7.25, but she picked up 4 wickets for 29 runs in 4 overs. Whereas Maria Eduarda Ribeiro picked up a single wicket alongside Linda Vidas Boas. We will take a short break and we'll return with the second innings of this match.
Good morning once again. It's Kwibuka Women's Tournament, edition number 12. 2026 here in Rwanda, Gahanga, Kigali. And it's a great game between Team Rwanda, the host, and Team Brazil. Team Rwanda in the first innings, they have managed to set 179 after the loss of 6 in a whole routed 20 overs. And here previously, the highest score of the tournament was hit on this ground. It was Team Rwanda playing against Malawi. They have played and they have set 174 in 20 overs. And today, the same team which have set the highest score of the tournament have managed to surpass that score of 174, and they have set 179. And Team Brazil, they are now in the need of 180 runs in 120 deliveries. Way too simple, but too far from saying that it's easy. And I'll be joined by Mr. Emi Rukiriza as Ivan takes a short break. It is Emrekatete to open the account for Team Rwanda. It's a flick shot and the ball is racing all the way to the boundary. Is there anyone to save it? And it's the first boundary of the innings. It doesn't take too long for Lindsay Villas-Boas to go off the mark, and now she is off the mark for a boundary alongside with Laura Agata, who have been causing a lot of troubles to scorers and their opponents. That's the first boundary of the innings in the very first delivery, and Team Brazil is off the mark with that boundary. And now, if they can keep this momentum up, if they can play like the way Team Rwanda have played 50 plus runs in the power play, it's going to be a great thing. It's another swing and miss from Lindsay Villas-Boas, saying that it's another swing and miss like the first delivery, she missed it. It's a dot delivery into the place.
Lindsay Villas-Boas, who doesn't really move the feet. She is standing still, waiting for a bad ball to hit. And if you look at the previous ball she hit, it was just moving the leg backward, getting that nick.
Another boundary from Lindsay Villas-Boas, whom is not taking too long to go off the mark, and Belize Mrekatete, who have gone for 18 when they were playing against Zimbabwe. Now she have gone for 8.
With that stand and deliver stance from Lindsay Villas-Boas, the ball was swinging in, allowing her to get full connection on that one, placing it very well in the gap. The fielder at backward point couldn't get on that one. And also the fielder in the deep, a third man. The ball was that quick enough for her to stop. And there is a field change. The captain employing a Gary in, backward point, cover, deep third, a slip in. And for Villas-Boas, who does not move that much, Belize will be looking to keep the ball very straight in the stumps. But she decided to ball it outside of stump, as the field set says, having deep square. No, I mean deep extra covers in the square of the wicket. Very straight and deep third man. Not having a mid wicket, that says it all, that she will be keeping it outside of stump. And of course, Lindsay Villas-Boas having no other option but trying to play it on the offside. But again, having that enough protection won't be that easy for her to score unless she tries something else. And it is Lindsay Villas-Boas with Rola Agat who has been scoring for the team. Lindsay Villas-Boas has not been performing, but so far 8 in 4 balls. A very good start from Brazil. 9 so far in the over. And Belize Mrekatete bowling very good tight lines outside off stump, top of off, full pace, and following the ball
finishing the action. That's what coaches always do. And great work. My credit goes to Coach Leonard Namburu, the head coach of Rwanda, and Adelen Twizere, the assistant coach, who used to assist Lawrence Mahatlan on men's national side. Now he is working with Leonard Namburu with the main women. I beg your pardon, it's women.
Straight on the ground, and the ball is racing all the way to the boundary, and another boundary comes in from Lindsay Villas-Boas, who is not sparing and showing any kind of mercy to Berize Murekatete, who is opening for Team Rwanda.
It's Lindsay Villas-Boas with that banger, playing it very straight as you like to get another boundary. It's another boundary. The back of Lindsay Boaz, and it's 13 for none in the first over. The current run rate is 13, moving very well, starting well. They need 167, 114 balls, and it's still possible on both ends. They are requiring 8.79, not easy to keep. But again, it's very possible. Brazil is not that easy team to take on, having also a great coach, John Lee Booth, who was here in Rwanda and has been in Africa for quite a lot of time in different countries, and now he's the head coach for Brazil women. And yes, there is another bowling attack from the Bugesera Airport Road end. It's Irera Rosine to bowl, having slip in backward point, extra cover, very close cover, mid wicket, who is in the distance. And Rola Agat, Mr. Enoch, she has scored 2 consecutive half centuries. The first game she scored 52 in the morning against Malawi. The second she scored 54 against Zimbabwe HPC. A great player. And for Vilas Boas, I'm telling you, if you bowl anything full, she'll be taking you on, throwing everything on that ball. And with that, Lozina decided to have long on and cow corner that Rola Agatha will be swinging that way. And to remind you, even though the wind is not yet blowing, but this is where the wind blows from. It blows towards the other cow corner from the cow corner that they are playing on right now. So it will be much harder to play on that side.
Into the block hole. Nice. Lindsay Villas-Boas. The way she's very calm, looking like she can't hit the ball. Yet to have seen the 3 boundaries she have got in the very first over of Berize Murekatete playing that one straight on the ground, on the field. Once again, I'm giving credit to Rosine Idera, who did a great job of setting Ishimwe Trezor Henriette in that position. That shows the way Rosine knows the players that they are playing against. Another delivery. Rosine Idera doing a very great job for Team Rwanda.
Last ball of the over, and for Rosine, who bowls with that quick arm bowling action, and you might fall in that trap thinking she'll be bowling quick.
A chance, and is over the head of the fielder. What I thought less maximum from Laura Agata. Rosine Idera, after giving away those 2 runs, this time around, Laura Agata is off the mark with the maximum.
In the slot, takes 1 step off the crease, and Laura Agat saying, "Say less, I heard you well," from the comms box. And she hits that boundary, the first maximum of the innings for Brazil, and those are national team players for Rwanda men's team. That's Martin, vice captain, Didier, the captain, Zapi Menyimana, the opening bowler, Inyas Nirenganya, and the former national team player, Evot, who retired in T20 cricket in Rwanda here, used to play for Challengers. And yes, this brings us to the end of the second over. The score is at 21 for none. They are moving on 10.50. Where the earlier on, Rwanda won the toss and opted to bat first. Diane Menyamana will bring on Mrekatete Belize, though she went for 13.
very expensive over the first over. But Lindsay Boaz on 13 of 8 deliveries. Lola Agat on 7 with that maximum of just 4 balls faced.
Played and cut away powerfully. There is a fielder in the deep. It's Georgette Ingabire. And another single comes into the place. It is Mrekatete.
Georgette Ingabire, who did very well in the first innings, scoring 45 of 29. And that is the highest in international cricket. A great innings from her after struggling for many games. This is her 21st game. She is playing for Team Rwanda. And a great fielder too in the deep extra covers.
Laula Gata glancing that one straight to mid wicket, and they are just getting another quick single. Yeah, Team Rwanda have done very great. So having those two players cruising into their 40s simply means that Team Brazil, to take over, they will just need to surpass the total that Team Rwanda have played in the power play, or otherwise they will just have to get more runs in death overs, because Team Rwanda have struggled a lot to get those boundaries, where in the last or 3 overs they have got not more than 5 boundaries. Belize Mrekatete charging in, and that's cut away powerfully, and the ball is racing all the way to the boundary, and once again it's another boundary. Lindsay Villas-Boas, who is not showing any kind of mercy when it comes to Belize Mrekatete. The way she was playing against Rosine, it's not the same way she's playing against Belize.
Very low stance, waiting for the ball. Head position, weight transfer, the way the ball was hit. Outside, that was an inside out over the fielder at covers. And that is the captain, couldn't get on that one. And it's another boundary from Lindsay Villas-Boas.
Now Belize losing the line and the length and offering some free runs. Now pressure is coming in. Belize Mrekatete, who is trying to keep it tight for Team Brazil, trying to tighten the game. But Lindsay Villas-Boas standing still, watching the ball, going behind it and hitting it without any mercy. And this is where that the captain of Rwanda, we just need to think about this. Hitting that one, but not hit enough to go off the mark of 30 yards, and that's Gisele Ishimwe, have done a great job in the power play for Team Rwanda. Emil, what I was saying is, if Laura Agata and Lindsay Villas-Boas are making the most from pace bowlers, that's where the captain will have to change the bowling strategy, because you have seen the way Lindsay Villas was struggling when it comes to Rosine. So they will just need to employ more like Rosine. That delivery beating the wicketkeeper completely. Belize Mrekatete, who is still finding it hard to get the correct line and correct length due to that intense batting from Lindsay Villas-Boas. Now Belize seems to be losing control over the deliveries she's playing, she's delivering, trying to keep it tight on the offside region, but missing the line completely and offering wides. It's been 2 wides so far in this over. Another swing and miss, that's the line for Lindsay Villas-Boas. And if Belize can't keep it there, I'm telling you, Emil, it's going to be a different story. You have seen the boundaries and the way Lindsay Villas-Boas have been playing. If Belize can't keep it there, I'm telling you, it's going to be a different story. 149 runs required from 103 deliveries.
Apart from the bowling change, if I was the captain, I would also change the field set, employing mid-wicket and telling Belize to keep it in the stumps. And that is the line for Belize Mrekatete, and should be changing the field set. But that brings us to the end of the third over. The scores are 31 moving on 10.33, 31 for none, and the crowd is still building up. Those are some national team players
That is Rosette Shimwamana, who is missing out for getting ready for the exams. She has got national final exams, and that's Josiane Nyirahundineza, Shema Sabrina on your screens there, watching the game. And it's Kwibuka for the 12th edition T20I Women's Tournament happening here in Kigali, Rwanda, the Ground B at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. After the third over, the score is at 31 for none. And yes, you can see some treatment being given by the physio to Merveille Uwase, who I think that ball she misfielded was a little bit injured her. And a great time for the batters too to send a message outside, because if you see most of the time in the power play after 3 overs, that's where you see batters changing the gears, playing differently, because then they know how the pitch is behaving. But it is different when you're chasing, because you've already seen how the pitch has been behaving when bowling. But still, you have to send a message back in the dugout, and that brings back Rosine Herrera from the Bugesera Airport Road end. And if you see how Rora Agat and Lindsay Villas-Boas are playing, it seems like Lindsay Villas-Boas is more aggressive.
That's hit all the way, and it was a chance of a catch, and Mutoniwase Clarisse not being able to save the day for Ira Rosine looking and going back very, very disappointed.
In the slot, right in the middle stump. And for Rora Agatha, it would be much easier. Great work done by Clarisse Mutoniwase, but couldn't get on that one. One bounce for 4. The second boundary for Rora Agat after that maximum.
Laura Agata trying to go once again, trying to go hard. And unfortunately, Rosine Herrera bowling stump to stump, as Emil have said. Now keeping it tight for Laura Agata. Now the one on the crease is Lindsay Villas-Boas, and after the approach have been using, Rosine Herrera decided to change side, and Lindsay Villas-Boas is not off the mark. 19 or 14, not a bad score. Actually, I can say good score. Blocking that one, and it's a great punch straight down the ground to the same fielder, jersey number 18, Mutoniwase Clarisse.
Rosine Herrera, who is not changing much, though she has been struggling after being hit for a boundary, struggled and changing and giving it a little bit quicker. And this time round, it is up in the air, but nobody couldn't get on that one. It's lucky enough for Rora Agat, who went aerial. And Rosine, great comeback from Rosine Herrera, who has been struggling. After getting hit for a boundary, she used to bowl it quicker right down the leg stump, and often going for extras. But this time round, she made a very good comeback. But so going for 7.5 and over, 15 in 2. And Brazil are moving on top of Rwanda's mark. If you see on your graph, Rwanda lost the first wicket in the 9th over, where they were already in 90s. And so far, Brazil are on 33 in 4 overs. Rwanda was on 27. Beg your pardon, is 38 for none. Rwanda was on 27, but this over, when Rwanda was batting, went for 14. So the difference will be here. That brings on the bowling change. Henriette Ishimwe Teleza will come from the mount end to replace Belize Mrekatete.
Another great hit from Laula Agata, but not hit enough to surpass the rope. The great thing about Brazilian batters, they are all moving with 100 plus as the strike rate. Lindsay, who is on 20 of 15, and Laula Agata 15 of 10. Getting a nick on that one, and the run out chains. Oh, and they are off the mark with that single. Very, very risky shot.
Those two in the middle, Aurora Agata and say Villas Boas have not been getting touch at the same time. I think this is the best partnership they've had so far in the tournament.
Catches the call, and the catch it is from Rosine Idera. Laura Agata will now have to depart after trying a lot from that delivery, and now Ishimie Henriette created an opportunity, and an opportunity is grabbed. That's what slow bowlers have been doing in this tournament.
So shot number 50, Laura Agat falling in that trap. It was pace off, bounce, getting that extra bounce from that pitch. And Laura Agat will have to depart on 15 of just 11 deliveries. One maximum, one boundary on a strike rate of 136. And it's always shot number 50, Ishimwe Henry Teresa. And shot number 42, Irera Ozine, who led the team in Botswana in 2024. She doesn't really drop often. I've never even seen her drop that much. A great fielder, a very good boundary fielder. But now, look, she was in the covers and completed a very good catch, dismissing a big fish, Rora Agat. And that brings in Rora Cardoso, the vice captain. Great player too. Shot number 8. Good power play so far. And this is what I was talking about. The difference will be here. Rwanda got 14 from this over, even though they were on 27, but they got 14.
Loud appeal. That's close, and it's given. Umpire Nivis Gaston without single hesitation. I'm telling you, it was too close. Without single hesitation, the way he stood still, thinking about the decision, and another breakthrough is made, is Team Rwanda.
Right on the money, swinging in, and for Rora Cardoso going back, and Gaston Nivis had to raise the finger. It is clearly in the stumps, and it is another wicket for Rwanda. Rora Cardoso going out for none. Goren duck for her. LBW by Ishimwe Henriette Teresa, getting 2 in 2, conceding only 1 run with that leg bye. It's 2 wickets, 1 run, 2 balls to complete the first over. What a player. And to remind you, Ishimwe has been doing so well for Rwanda in international cricket in general. Not only in Africa, but in the world. Earlier on, in the start of this year, they were in Malaysia. Ishimwe, Clarisse, Giselle, and Alice Ikuzwe playing that league. They have been doing well. You can never hide Ishimwe from action. And it's a hat-trick ball. Maria Ruiza Galicia, tricky to face this one. You always think of tapping and go or blocking it. And lucky enough, she is off the mark with that H. Not getting full face of the bat on that one, but still they managed to get a run on that one. And now Rwanda have managed to put a little bit gap between the current run rate and required. Now they're requiring 9 and over. They need 139 in 91 balls. Ishimwe and yet not offering any room for the batters, especially bowling to Rinse Villas Boas, the captain have seen. And it is the end of the 5th over. The score is at 41 for 2.
Great over from Ishimwe Henriette. And those are the boundaries of the tournament so far. Great tournament so far. 188 fours. Those are the boundaries. And 41 maximums on the 4th day of the tournament. Very impressive. With 21 boundaries is none other than Nyasha Gwanzura, and also 10 maximums. Rora Agat with 14, who was dismissed by Ishimwe Henriette, and those are the fans. Still, the crowd is building up even more. What a game to witness here at Gahanga. People are all around the field, in every corner, and it's another bowling change. Diane Maribi Menyimana, the captain, to come from the Bugesera Airport Road end with only 1 wicket away to get to 100 wickets international. What a career from her. With an impressive field set, deep point, deep backward point, and long off. Will be bowling it outside off with that outswinger. It is a nick and given. It's Diana again. Shot number 79, claiming her 100 wicket international. What a player, what a career from Bimenyimana Marie Diane, claiming her 100 wicket international wicket. Look at that. Outswinger. Maria Ruiza Garisha falling in that trap, trying to place it in the covers, getting that nick, and see the celebrations from Diane Marie Bimenyimana having 100 wickets in your career. What an achievement from her. I talked about it, and she had me very well on the first ball. And Maria Luisa Garisha had to depart on 1 of 2. Ishimwe took 2 wickets in a row in 2 balls. Can Diane make it 2? Or ball from Diane after getting wicket, you don't offer any room to the batters. That's a leg bye, but no worries for Diane. Very well balled from her, and not giving any chance for the batters to get any runs at anyhow easily. Very impressive field set. Lindsay Villas-Boas, who is very set on strike again. Lindsay Villas-Boas, who looks very calm and composed. With that placement, it says it all. She knows how much a wicket means. Because if you see the last 3 games they've played, I mean Team Brazil, if it's not Rora Agat, because they have never been together for even for 5 overs, it's always Lindsay Villas-Boas who went out earlier. So today she has to take responsibility for the team. Diane Menyimana bowling those outswing would take a lot of work from Ana Clara Sabino and Lindsay Villas-Boas. And with that field set, it says it all. If you go across the line, you be dismissed. And if you try to place that there are so many fielders. Very great and wise. Smart bowling from Diane Maribi Menyimana will take a lot of work from Ana Clara Sabino.
That's driven straight on the ground, and there is a fielder there in the deep. The great work done by Ishimwe Teresa Henriette. Ishimwe Teresa Henriette, who have picked 4 wickets consecutively in 4 deliveries. It was a great achievement. Back to what Emil have said, 100 wickets achievement. Even Diana is the one who have scored the first ever T20 century in Rwanda for women's side. That's another nick, and it's dropped. It's dropped. Georgette looking not so happy at all, but it was way too athletic, and Look at that, Ana Clara Sabino trying to drive that one, but the composure and body gesture was not giving. Another chance dropped by Team Rwanda.
After the power play, the score is at 45-3. Ishimwe and Red will be back. A great over from Captain Bimenyimana Diane too. And if we can get that replay, previous drop, it was a big wicket. If you look at that, an outswinger, Lindsay Villas-Boas was falling in that trap, not using full face of the bat.
Cut away, but not powerfully enough to cross the fielder at point. It's Ari Sikuzwe.
And for Team Rwanda, with this field set, it shows how much work have been done by the coaching staff and the analyst, because Brazil have scored 80% of the boundaries on the leg side. And with this bowling and the field set, you see that nobody is out on the offside, and they're having deep square, cow corner, and long on. Mid off in covers, the short extra cover, backward point, and short third. Great bowling from Ishimwe Henriette Teresa, all the way from Ndera Hub. Plays for Indatco, Hampshire, one of the greatest team here in the league. And she is the captain for that team. And with this field set, you can see the plan, the strategies from the coaching staff and the captain, Diane Maribi Menyimana, done by Baptiste, the analyst for Rwanda. Very strategic, not having mid-wicket.
That's another great hit from Ana Clara Sabino, who's just trying to go off the mark with boundaries. From here, you can see the intensity of this game. Every dot is being celebrated. Every single run is being celebrated, because this game will mean a lot to both sides. Shimwe charging in, the fourth delivery of this over. Straight on the stumps, and it's an inside edge, and Ana Clara Sabino was struggling to go off the mark. She have now to depart after that delivery of Ishimwe Teresa Henriette.
In the stumps, Ana Clara Sabino trying to go big, not getting enough connection. It was an in-swinger, shot number 19, who have to depart back in the dugout. And it's all shot number 50, Ana Clara being dismissed by shot number 50, Henriette Ishimwe Teresa. Those are double threes. Only conceding 3 runs in 1.4, claiming 3 wickets already. You can never keep her out of action. A great player she is, a very complete all-rounder with the ball and with the bat. Very strategic from the captain, and having so many captains inside, this is what it does. And this brings me back to the saying of Coach Leonard Namburu, the head coach, earlier before the tournament, the press conference, talking about how they are not ready to impress anyone. Yet they will be looking forward to do what they are supposed to do. And that was because of the question of that they miss to lift up the trophy, and yet they are very excited, but calm and composed, locked in. They know what they are doing, and it's always Diana who says they are looking for 130 very calmly, and they end up scoring 174 the first game, and now they broke their own record held from the game they played here against Malawi. Today they scored 179. And for Ishimwe Henriette, she doesn't really offer too much room or bowling short. She never pitches the ball.
middle of the track. And it's the end of the 7th over. The score is at 49 for 4. Rwanda managed to bring it back. Now required run rate is at 10. They're moving on 7. Very well done. And slowing down the dangerous Lindsay Villas-Boas, who were moving over 150, but still on 23 of 20, being trained by Evelyn Christine Muller, who is already on 3 of 2. And those are the dots. Rwanda faced 51, almost only 9 balls short of 10. And so far, Brazil faced 18. 34 singles from Rwanda, 18 so far from Brazil, 11 doubles from Rwanda, and 2 from Brazil. Still a game on here, and the captain will bring herself on the attack again.
Brazilians have been struggling to play those slow bowlers straight on the stumps, and it's blocked and blocked straight to the fielder. What I was saying, if you check the spell of Belize, the way they have played against Belize, the way Lindsay Villas-Boas have got those 3 boundaries in her over, and the way she have been playing when it comes to Rosine and when it comes to Teresa and when it comes to Diane, it shows that they are just, it was a chance and not hit enough to get straight to Belize Mrekatete, who is there at mid-on. Benyimana Meridians continue straight on the stumps, and tragedy continues for Team Brazil, just waiting for pace bowlers to come back, and I can't see pace bowlers coming back into the attack under the captaincy of Meridian, because you can see that even Jovanis Uwase, she's not playing today. That's hit up in there, and the ball is racing all the way to the boundary. The chase is on, and the ball is stopped before it can even taste the blood on the rope.
It's Diane and Ishimwe Teresa Henriette to bring back the team in the line and slowing the pace of Brazil, who already moved into 50s, already on 51 for 4 after 7.4. Very slow. Great work from the captain Diane and Ishimwe Henriette from the other end.
That's close, and it's given. It's given. I've told you, Brazil is struggling to play those pace of bowlers, and now Mueller will have to depart back to the dugout. Look at that. Very, very well judged by Diane, and correct call by umpire. And another wicket goes down for Team Brazil, Evelyn Christine Mueller.
It's Evelyn Christine Muller being dismissed on 5 of 7, not scoring any boundary. And it's Lindsay Villas-Boas who is still in. How does she manage to stay in for the team? Most of the players getting you get disturbed by this action happening. Wickets falling in quick succession, and you feel like you have to be explosive and you do everything, but yet you have to play with your partner. And it's Rwanda claiming their 5th. It's 51 for 5 after 7.5. Last ball of the over, and it's always Bimenyimana Diane, the captain, leading from the front, scoring the first ever century for Rwanda. It was in 2019 against Mali. And it's the highest for her, 114. And after claiming the 100th wicket, she said, I won't stop here. It's now 101 international wickets. What an over from her. 2 for 5 in 1.5. Changing the field set for left-handed Marianne Arthur, the all-rounder for Brazil. On for bowling, even though today she was being tongued for many, having deep square, long gone in the deep.
into the blocker once again. And about that century of Mari Menyimana Diane, the fun fact is unbeaten 114 runs against Mari remains one of the landmark innings in Rwanda women's cricket. It was even the first century to be scored. And that's the end of over number 8, 51 runs on the board after the loss of 5.
That is the upcoming game today at Ground A. Malawi will be taking on Nigeria. Malawi is playing against Zimbabwe HPC. They will be playing their second game of the day. And those are fans and spectators all around the ground. With that man on your frame was the DM, development manager for Rwanda, Landry Rurangwa. And that's Will. Moving on your screens. People are coming. And there is a bowling change. Ruth Uimana from the Mount End. Ruth Uimana, who struggled the first game she played against Zimbabwe HPC. But since then, she has improved a lot. Every single game, she's doing even better. With the assistance of Rosine Herrera in the covers there, who is always busy in the mind, assisting with so many ideas. And it's always lefty right-handed combination in the middle, disturbing the field set. And now they'll have long on, long off, cow corner and deep square, bowling to a left-handed. The ball will be coming in with that solid block from Marianne Otha. Says it all. She's there to stay.
Yeah, for real, Team Brazil needs a partnership, and they do need it now. Few inches from removing the ball, and the ball is racing once again. That delivery, a run out chains. The throw wasn't somehow good from Fanny Utakushimanin. They have scored 46 in the morning when they were setting.
Ruth going wide after missing that one. It was biased. Should be scared of that one. It was a great ball. Just missed an inch to break that leg stump. And now she bowled it outside off, and it was a wide. And for back to Fanny, a great batter, great talent. But again, she needs to work on her fielding, as she might be the captain for the under-19 of Rwanda. As a captain, you have to be setting the standard and leading by example. And that's what Captain Diane is doing. You can see she is running around the field to be fielding at mid-off. I mean, long off. She is in the deep. Replacing Giovannis, who were in. And you can see umpire waiting for her to settle down.
Leaning on the back foot. And this has been a clinical bowling performance from Team Rwanda. 5 wickets are down for Team Brazil, and now Rwanda, they are sensing an opportunity here. If they can hold on, there is a great guarantee that Team Rwanda will take this victory away from Team Brazil. And another chance goes down from Brazil. Marianne Arthur creating a chance, and Ruth Uwimana putting that down will mark the end of 9th over.
Marianne Arthur, first time opening the arms, and she went half. Fortunate enough, Uwimana Ruth dropped her, allowing her to get off the mark again. I mean, get off the strike, giving away only 5 runs in our first over. And that is John Lee Booth on your screens there with the team. Talking about how you can see on your frames, talking about how Ruth Uwimana is bowling. John Lee Booth, very smart guy, a great coach too. And it's always Brazilian flags in front of their dugout, very calm, not being disturbed by the way game is flowing. And that brings the change from the Bugesera Road, Airport Road end. Herrera Zine will be replacing the captain, Maridian, who had a very great 2 overs. She always keep those 2 overs for any occasion that happens. She is always the one taking the ball to ball the last over when the things are getting harder. And it is a great call from the captain. The off spinner bowling to a left-handed batter. And I don't know why they're not employing a slip in there. And Rosino will keep it the pace of turning the ball.
And if there is to be a great partnership, Emil, it has to start now because one batter can't do it alone. Lindsay Villas-Boas have been there from the very first delivery, playing 24 runs in 21 deliveries.
And for Lindsay Villas-Boas, will be much harder for her. And Rwanda will be sensing a chance of a wicket if they do it well. Because since Marianne Otha went in, you can see she faced 8 balls. And it's always her facing 4 and taking off the strike, letting her face the last one of the over. It disturbs a lot of players when batting and you spend 3 overs not facing. Yet she's on 24 of 21 so far. But again, you get disturbed because you were right in the touch, very warm and steady. But now she has been not facing, so it will be much challenging for her. If Rosine will be smart enough, it will be much easier for her. But Lindsay Villas-Boas responded smartly, saying, "No, I'm here to stay with that cover drive." Off the strike again, but for Rosina Herrera, it would be much easier to create the chance of dismissing Marianne Otha, an off spinner, but I also ball off spin. It's always easier to bowl to a left-handed batter. You ball it in the stance, ball will be turning away, not easy to get a great bowling. If you see the way she is bowling now, she must give it a time. You ball it in the air, not too high, but again, you give it a time, pace off, and letting the batter swing the bat. And exactly, that's what she is doing. But again, it's a little bit slightly outside off stump. She'll be keeping it on the off stump or the middle stump as she's having the protection in the deep cow corner and deep square. But with that solid defense of Marianne Otha playing it on the back foot, it says it all. She's there to stay. But again, where are they heading? Because they are requiring 12 runs and over, and it's the end of the 10th over. The score is at 59. And now you can see from the over number 5, that's where Rwanda brought Brazil back because they were moving on top of Rwanda graph, but now they are moving under Rwanda, and they lost 2 wickets in that over where Rwanda scored the most runs. You can see there that's where Rwanda was moving on top, and for them they lost 2 wickets. So far they lost 5 wickets, even when Rwanda had yet to lose a wicket, because the first wicket for Rwanda went down on the 9th over. This shows how much Rwanda is in the game, right ahead of Brazil. And with that, we will be in a short break of drinks after 10 overs. The score is at 59 for 5. Those are what happened in the 10 overs. We'll be taking a short break. We'll be back in a little.
We are back to that drinks break, and women Ruth will continue. Team Brazil moving by 5 runs per over. But we just need to go up a bit because the required run rate is 12. They're just moving by 5. Ruth Uwimana missing the line completely. Missing the length. That's driven straight on the ground. Marianne Arthur trying to help Lindsay Villas-Boas to build that partnership we've been talking about. Because that's where the game will be brought back into the control of Brazil. Because at this stage of the game, Team Rwanda, well, in 90s. Trying to cut that one, and it's cut all the way to the field. The captain back in the deep. I'm still wondering what's going to be the turning point, the turning key for Team Brazil. Laura Agata is off the field. Not with a great performance today. Ruth Uwimana being clever here, pushing Marianne Arthur to play on the back foot, and Marianne seems not to be good with those deliveries, seems not to be comfortable with those deliveries of Ruth Uwimana, and two more good deliveries. And straight on the money, I've been saying about this Marianne Arthur, who have been being pushed to play on the back foot, and this time around she tried to go on the back foot, and the ball stayed low, and Marianne Arthur will go back to the dugout. Look at that. She leaned on the back foot, and the ball stayed down, and Brazil loses another wicket. Now Emil, who is going to come and play with Lindsay Villas-Boas.
Very, very tricky for Lindsay Villas-Boas. Not even somebody who is coming in, but for her knowing what to do at the moment, because you can see she maintained moving over 100 strike rate. But now the captain, Carolina Nascimento da Silva, will come in to drain Lindsay Villas-Boas. And if you can't spot the difference between Rwanda and Brazil's batting, it's only the partnership that was made between Rwandan batters. It's Giselle Ishimwe and Utakushimani Defani in the start, and again had a very good batting partnership from Melve Iwase and Georgette Ingabire, who scored 45, breaking her own held record of 18, being the highest. And Ruth Uwimana being rewarded with that wicket. This is what hunting in pairs mean, because Rosina Herrera from the other side was getting so many dots. Now Ruth Uwimana being rewarded with a wicket, and that dot ball brings us to the end of the 11th over. The score is a 63 for 6. They're being required 13. Things are getting harder for them. On your screens, those are the players and fans. That is Will on your screen. Lawrence Mahatlane, the head coach for Rwanda men's, who have qualified for the finals, Regional World Cup qualifier. That's David Uwimana, Shema Chusaive, Belte Mugisha on your screen there. Kids are chilling there. Anrola, great country Rwanda is. And Kigali is very hot. Should be here on the side of the ground, taking a drink. If you take a beer or anything you drink, very cold, watching a beautiful game here. It's Sunday. It's off for many.
Not many people work on Sunday. And there is a bowling change. Ikuzwe Alice from the Bugesera Airport Road end. Alice Ikuzwe bowled very well yesterday. I mean, the previous day they played against Nigeria. I would say it's her and Ishimwe Henriette who brought the game back. And if you've seen how Alice is bowling, she doesn't really take that long lineup. You might even mistake her of being a spinner because the pace is the same as the speed and the lines and length she bowls. She doesn't offer short balls, but this time round it went down the leg. And with the field set too, a very strategic field set, having a backward point in the deep, long off, long on and cow corner.
Going down the leg and the ball touching the pads. And it's racing all the way to the boundary, but there was short fine leg chasing it and saving it before it reaches the boundary. Previously, England have set a new record, and it's always England. We've seen Rwanda cruising to 200 mark. Previously, they have played 173, and now it's 179. And today it's 179, and they have got more than 3 games to be played. Maybe the way they are just adding some runs on the previous totals, there is a chance that maybe we will end this tournament after witnessing 200 runs from Rwanda's side.
Alice Ikuzwe employing deep third man. And it's Carolina Nascimento who is yet off the mark. And with that tap and go, she's off the mark. But if you look at how Alice is bowling, and with that field set, I don't think she had to employ that fielder because it allows Carolina Nascimento to feel free and getting that tap and go easily. And yes, for Alice Ikuzwe, you might be scared, but again, if you holding something, you squeeze in hard. You don't let it go, and she will be bowling the last ball.
Played and punched straight to offside. And that's the end of over number 12. 69 runs on the board after the loss of 6. 111 runs required from 48 deliveries.
And Mr. Enoch, if you've seen, I've seen so many records being broken in this tournament. It is turning out to be an exciting and interesting tournament. It's Kwibuka Women's T20I tournament for the 12th edition of it. Only 5 teams, but I'm telling you, so far we've witnessed a very good tournament, having so many half centuries scored. 1 century from Nyasha Gwanzura, who yesterday, the previous game, completed 1,000 career runs.
That's well played by Lindsay Villas-Boas, who is not waiting for too long to get those boundaries. Now you can ask Eberiz Murekatete, who have gone for 2 boundaries in the very first over. Ruth Uwimana continue. Cut away, but not cut away powerfully. And you can see that they are just always targeting the same end that Lindsay Villas-Boas is going to, cause they know the harm she is bringing on the table. But with those, with the way those wickets are falling, it marks the way that the game is slipping away slowly from Team Brazil. So if they can just manage to come back stronger, this will be the partnership.
A great tournament so far, having players getting their milestones. Captain Mbimenyimana Maridian getting to 100 mark wickets. in her international career, and favor the captain of Nigeria completing 50 wickets, international wickets, after the comeback she made after that drop for almost a year back in 2025.
Up in there, and lands in no man's land. And they will pick up a double. Now look, the current run rate going in a different way, in a separate way from the required run rate. 94 runs required. Look, the current run rate is 6 and they are just required for
That is a well-built and planned wicket taken by Kuzwe Alice with the help of the captain, only giving 12 runs in 2 overs and taking 1 wicket. But again, that's what pressure means. You create pressure on the batter. After hitting that 4, she thought about hitting another one and ended up getting out. And that brings back Ishimwe Henriette from the Mount End, replacing Ruth Uwimana, the youngster. And now Ishimwe Henriette had to employ deep square, cow corner, long on, and long off in the deep, not having nobody on the offside in the square of the wicket. Very disappointed in how that ball missed the stumps. It's Rinse Villas-Boas who misjudged the length and the line and went across the line, yet the ball was swinging in. And Lara Bittencourt on the other end at non-strikers and joined Lindsay Villas-Boas. Very challenging to play in this condition as Lindsay Villas-Boas. You don't know what to do, but with the overs might be going hard because so what? You are losing the game, but how do you maintain that keeping that gap very close? Because you never know. In the end, in the morning, 3 teams had 2 wins. It's Rwanda, Brazil, and Nigeria. So you never know. Run rate might be required.
up in there and got a healthy edge on that one, and the ball raced all the way to the boundary. That was no shot. I mean, there was no third man. And Fanny Utakshi trying to give it a chance, but she couldn't manage to get there in time. Look at that. Stepping out, trying to drive it forward, but unfortunately, she got an edge, and once again, fortunately, there was no protection. And that brings in a boundary. Lindsay Villas-Boas cruising into 40s.
With the way Shimge, Teresa, and Red is bowling, I'm telling you, if I was the captain, I would employ third man in the deep and bring square in because with the way Lindsay Villas-Boas is playing, unless you ball it in the stumps, right on the leg, she will be playing on the offside. Now, Shimge and Red trying so many things. That was a pace of outside off stump and turned away. It is a white ball. Should never be scared of doing whatever you want, but again, you be calculative and smart. And for Brazil, being very smart, after that collapse in the middle, they maintained to stay in. And Brazil is approaching 100, only 7 runs away to get to 100 mark. With a very well-built innings of Lindsay Villas-Boas, who's already on 41 of 31 of 38 deliveries. And at the end of 15 overs, the score is at 93 for 7. Great work done by Ishimwe Henriette. And on the screens there, you can see the expensive over when Rwanda was batting was at the over number 8 and the over number 16, which went for 15 each. And the over number 5, the over I talked about, went for 14. And that's the difference. For Brazil in the middle, Rwanda maintained 8 runs average and over. And for Brazil, they are moving under 6. And that's the difference. And again, the difference between the partnership, you can see every 3 overs, the wicket went down for Team Brazil.
"93 runs on the board after the loss of 7 and just small 5 overs to be played." And as Emi Rukidisa takes a short break, I'll be joined by Ivan.
One thing clearly seen is that Industry Villas Boas has made sure she takes care of of her side, but unfortunately wickets have fallen around her. And despite her 41 of 38, the last one to go was Carolina Nascimento, the captain in of 11. Could catch there by Giselle Ishime of Alice Ikuzwe's bowling. But it is the captain now back into the attack, bowling one into the pads, and it is down to Rosine. It is hit down to Kelariso Mtenwas and Rosine Herrera, who will cut off the boundary and only give away 2. But the umpire confirming that one of those 2 runs that I didn't mention about is short. So they will only take 1 run. The count run is 6.20 and required is 18. Clearly this one falling out of hands for the Brazilians. They'll need to do something out of nothing if they are to go on and pick up the win.
Playing that one to the leg side, straight to square leg. And it's another single coming into the place. Lindsay Villas-Boas have played a very, very crucial innings for Team Brazil. Scored 41 off 38, contributing on the board, but unfortunately missing the partner whom they can push together.
Yeah, if she had someone, maybe she could have had a chance of taking her team across the line, down the ground, and beautifully collected there by December Katete, giving them only a single. I love that when you get the ball when you're at the boundary, make a timely throw. Sometimes we see fielders getting the ball and hanging around with it, and it always doesn't go well for me. But Beriza Katete just doing what I would exactly have loved to see. And now the run rate going to 19.33, current only 6. 84 from 26 balls for the Brazilians pick up the win. And now the captain has been executing that, bowling it back to the pads, and she picks up a dot ball this time round.
Captain of Rwanda taking credits from engaging these these pace off bowlers, Ishimwe Henriette, Aris Kuzwe, and the spinner Irarozine, because previously when she employed Berize, it was a different story.
The thing about Berize Katete in this tournament is that she goes for many. I think she has been working a lot of batting instead of bowling, but she is well known as a bowler and an opening one. But we've come to the end of the over. But look at the figures there for the captain, Dianu Menyimana. She's made sure she dims out the lights for the Brazilians. Some of the kids who have come around, it is a family day here at Gahanga. They are now enjoying the bouncing castle. But for Menyimana's 3 overs, have only gone for 9 runs and she's picked up 2 wickets. And after 16, 97 for a loss of 7 is what Brazil have on board. And they need more 83 from 24. It may be an uphill task because they'll need 20 every over. They have to cross the line and walk away victorious in this match. Ruth Wimana for her final over, 18 runs from her 3 overs, and she's picked up a single wicket. But now she comes for her last 6 balls. Hit away, but there is a sweeper. The ball nearly spinning away from her, but they will only take a single. That's Giselle Ishimwe. Giselle Ishimwe is also a bowling all-rounder. Okay, she is the top order batter who bowls at times, but sparingly used with the ball in this tournament by Trizere Adele and Leonard Namboro. The shouts of catch him, but no one to catch that one as it rolls all the way to the boundary. Breaking the shackles is Villas-Boas as she now inches closer to the half-century mark.
Kaza stepping out, not well balanced, but the shot was worth it. And another boundary comes in, and what a way for Team Brazil to cruise into their triple digits, 102 runs on the board.
Yeah, they will carry some positives in this tournament. Crossing 100 runs mark is not very, very easy. It makes you feel that maybe you were there and you weren't there. That's much better there from Rosine Herrera. Because Villas Boas loves Widith. Now, this time round, she's crumpled for room by... Oh, I did say Rosine Herrera. It is Ruth Wimana who is bowling there. She just makes sure that she doesn't give her room. She brings it back to the pads and she picks up the dot ball. That should be the bowling for her when she comes to Villas Boas with 4 runs from the half century. But again, the Widith not being hit well, and it will be a dot ball. There's a stamping and it is given by the umpire, not taking care of her ground. Villas Boas, good glove work there from Mervelo Wase, and Rwanda pick up the 8th.
Lindsay Viras, who was not lucky this time, trying to step out and missing the connection and even the judgment. And Merve Owase without single hesitation. She gave it a try, and yes, it worked.
Yeah, Villas Boas Linda 46 of 43. She's really been the heroine. 7 boundary fours for her at a strike rate of 106. Good to see in T20. But now Rwanda 2 runs away from wrapping up this match. It's a double-header day for Malawi. After taking on Zimbabwe this morning, they'll be taking on Nigeria in the afternoon at the Gahanga main ground. We do promise you nothing but commentary from that match. Maria Eduarda will be the new batter in for the Brazilians. 78 from 19. The game far from being fetched, unless they can do something out of nothing. Target 1 over maybe for 24 runs, because it's not needed for in every over for them to pick up the win. 1 more remaining in this Ruth Wimana spell. The 17th. Entering the same field. And she'll pick up the dot ball to end her spell. Her spell was going for 23 runs. She's picked up 2 wickets after half 4. And at the end of the 17th, 10248 is what the scoreboard reads. And that's the upcoming fixture, 1:30 p.m. East African time. Oh, sorry, it's not East African time. It is Kigali time. In East Africa, it will be 2:30. And I'm not saying that Rwanda is not in East Africa, but they do use the South African time zone. Current 106 and required is 26. As Alice Ikuzwe Inyamiwa comes to bowl over number 18. Good display here from the Rwandans, making sure that they do light work of the Brazilians and inch closer to victory. You need to win all your games to be in contention for the finals. A pace of delivery there from Ikuzwe Alice. Hit straight to her, and it is a dot ball to start off her 3rd over. Go across the line, but she still picks up the fielder. Another dot ball. This is what Rwanda really does best, picking up dot balls. When you see that game they won against Nigeria, they 2 runs. They made sure that when they need not to give away runs, they need to give away any. And the dot balls create pressure to the batters. They start doing things like that, finding nothing, something out of nothing. But they will take the single. Though the single cannot hurt the Rwandans, because they know Brazil needs 30.80 every over if they are to pick up the win. Backward. Ruth Wimana following it to the boundary, but good work. She gets it with that timely left arm throw. And the Brazilians will take up a double. And look at the way they started this run chase, the Brazilians. looked like they were coming to chase down the target because they came leading 9 and they picked up 9 in the first over, had about 20 at the end of the second over. But they have found a hope dimming up the race, the Rwandans. It's a game that you need to just hold yourselves together and make sure that you do the good things well to pick up the victory.
Now the drums are beating louder at the ground. It's Kwibuka Women's Tournament edition number 12.
Pass Ruth Wimana off that misfield, poorly judged, and down to their dugout, the Rwandans. The boundary to end the over. A little expensive there from Alice Ikuze, 9 off it. But it will not hurt the Rwandans. After 18, 110 for 8 is what the Brazilians do have on board.
Glancing that one onto the square leg, but that one caught Ruth Wimana sleeping. And the only man who could bring that one into the field is the physio. And that marks the end of over number 19. Cruising into the last 2 overs. "70 runs required from 112. From 12 deliveries."
I think this is what the Rwandans will do. Henrietta Ishima bowled the 19th over and Alice Ikuze bowls the 20th. But look at the figures of Henrietta Ishima. In her 3 overs, she's considered only 13 runs and picked up 3 wickets. This is why you need all-rounders in your team. When they don't show up with the bat, they always come out and show up with the ball. And Kia, this is what Henrietta is doing. She has been had of some bit of a struggle with the bat. She scored 0 in the first innings, 0 off 1. Golden duck to be precise, but she's come out and shown with the ball. 3 wickets for 14 in 3.1. Clearly what you would love to see from her. Wicket time, make it the 4th wicket there for Henrietta Ishimwe. Trying to play it on the back foot. Maria Eduarda not managing to close out on her gates, exposing the timber, and Henrietta Ishimwe strikes.
You can see that the batter was leaning on the back foot, as even have said, but unfortunately the timing and judgment wasn't good, and now Maria Eduarda will have to pay the price.
Just one more wicket now for the Rwandans to get and wrap up the innings. I was somehow happy when I saw Rosette Shimwamana and Shakira Nyomhoza, former captain for the under-19 team, coming out to watch their colleagues play. They were both part of the team that played in Kwibuka last year, but because of educational commitments, they didn't get a chance to play in this one. But today being a Sunday, there is no school in Rwanda and maybe elsewhere in the world apart from for the universities who have different weekend programs. So giving these 2 youngsters opportunity to come and see their elders do some bit of action. Rufino Monica is the batter who makes her way to the crease. It is the last wicket that makes her way to the crease. She always bats in the middle order, but there has been some bit of shuffle there from John Lee Booth. She has that stance where she poses as though she's facing the bowler. And she's come to mean business as she hits that one down the ground for 4. There was some athletic running in from Inyamibwa Alice Ikuze, but she could see it sail all the way to the boundary.
What a way to go off the mark for Rufino, starting off with a strike rate of 400, facing one delivery and hitting it for a boundary. Henriette must not be the happiest.
Now 3 more in this over. Pulled away and powerfully. It will be another boundary. This is where you feel like maybe Rufino has come into bat a little late because she's come into the attack and squad back boundaries there for the Brazilians.
Look at that. Judged well, timed well, and it was timed to perfection. Getting back boundaries.
$61 now in 18, and the cameo from Rufino might not be enough for them to pick up the victory. But she's come out and said that yes, we might be in a losing cause, but I will play some shots. And away from international cricket, Netherlands won the toss and opted to bat first against Bangladesh women. But currently, the Netherlands are 126 for a loss of 8 in 18.5 overs. Whereas Bangladesh is taking on Australia in the final ODI match, a dead rubber of sorts, happening at a place called the Mirapur. Place of Bangladesh wanted to bat first and they scored 274 for 5. And currently, Australia responding, they are 96 for 3 after 17.1 overs. Whereas earlier on in the morning, Sri Lanka beat West Indies by 37 runs. And we will be seeing India take on Pakistan 60 from 6 balls, mathematically impossible. It's only a miracle that can help you win such a match. But those are some of the partnerships here for the Brazilians. The first wicket partnership was worth 40 runs from 27. Villas Boas contributing 20 and Laura Agatha contributing 15. There was another partnership there which contributed 23 of 19, standing out between Villas Boas and Carolina Nascimento El Capitano. 8 for Boas and 9 for Nascimento. Not as I had guessed. Thought it could have been Alice Ukuzo to come and bowl the final over, but the captain says no. Hold my drink. I can do this. She so far bowled so well, bowled 3 overs, conceding 9 runs and picking up 2 wickets. And now she will be coming in to bowl the final over of this match. Into the surface and down to the long on for a single.
Diane Menyimana have been very, very expensive for Team Brazil to afford. Now she's telling her players, be ready to catch. Maybe she's up with something.
Yeah, she might be going for a slower. And as you say, I said she went for a slower, but again, Lara Bitten could go and go across the lane. She misses it. And it is a dot ball for Rwanda.
Now celebration begins in the pavilion and the dugout for Team Rwanda. Unless it's a miracle.
The only thing I'd wish to see is Rwanda having a doubleheader today because they have many fans around. Again, doubleheader going the Malawi way. Straight to the fielder. And it is Henrietta Eshimo who takes the catch. And that will be that for the Brazilians. Good judgment and anticipation there from Ishimwe to get hold onto the final wicket for the Brazilians. The slower there working out for Menyimana, Mari Diane, and well complimented by her fellow experienced campaigner. 58 runs as the Rwandans do seal off the victory and walk away victorious in this one. The batting card there right in your frame. Villas Boas responding very nice with 46 of 53. Laura Agatha 15 of 11. Unbeaten on 10 of 4. Rufino with the highest strike rate in this chase, 250.00. But nothing much took from the rest of the batters. 16x was given away by Rwanda. They look many, but even the Brazilians anyway gave away 18. But that's the batting card there. Sorry, the bowling card for the Rwandese. It's been Henrietta Ishimo who has been leading in terms of taking wickets. She took 4 at an economy of 5.75, where she bowled 4 overs and conceded 13. 3 for the captain, Maridiano Menyimana, who wrapped up the innings, and she's been the most economical so far, economy of 2.86. She's bowled 3.3 overs and conceded only 10 runs. 2 wickets for Ruth Uwimana and 1 for Alice Ikuzwe Inyamibwa. And it is game, set and match here at the Gahanga B Stadium.
You can see the partnership, the top performers from match summary Takushimani Fani, who have scored 45, much needed 45. It was a solid foundation for Team Rwanda, alongside with Georgette Ingabire, who came in trying to put on the same shoe, and unfortunately she went out without cruising into the 50s. And Shimwe Giselle, the opener, who have scored 36 of 26, of 24. She played a very, very crucial innings with Takushimani Fani, and Lindsay Villas-Boas from Brazil have scored crucial 46, missing the right partner to go to ride with, and Laura Agata have not today scored the 50s shoes to put up, and Monica Rufino started off with 2 boundaries.
Yeah, 4 for Ishimo Henriette and 3 for Diana Emmanuel, 2 for Rotho Emana. But in the end, Rwanda crossing the line and winning this game by 52 runs. The doubleheader for Rwanda will be happening tomorrow. So for the fans who are planning to go to office tomorrow, maybe it's time you start faking something so that you come around and enjoy those games. And tomorrow on the doubleheader day, Rwanda will take on Zimbabwe in the morning at the Gahanga Stadium, whereas they'll take on Malawi in the afternoon. Also in the morning at this ground, there will be Brazil taking on Nigeria. So make sure you don't miss out on those games. But in the afternoon, we have another affair, which will be between the Nigerians and the Malawians. My name is Evan Sepian Sajabi here in the comms, and I was here with Enoch Gasana. But Emile Rukiriza, who was here earlier on, will be coming to you shortly with the post-match presentation. So don't go anywhere. Wait to hear from Carolina Nascimento, the captain for Brazil, and Maridian Wimenyumana of Rwanda. Plus the post-match will be coming to you shortly on your screens.
It was a good game between Brazil and Rwanda. Welcome in for the post-match presentation. Earlier on, Rwanda won the toss and elected